Hello and welcome to another episode of Manifest Actual Play. I'm Tommy Cotton. With me, as always, Dan Barron, Addie Gia, Seth Lilly, Roman Mylan. Those of you who were here at the beginning of this campaign, I believe will notice Roman's reverted back to his earlier. Oh my God! Did you? Okay, your picture froze at the moment I started to point you out, but you're good. Roman is back. Back home for a little while, so he's back in his original stream setup with his original internet. Those of you who
and
watch
weird lighting
and it's gonna be fine. We may have some weird technical issues with Roman, but otherwise we should be good to go.
He's playing the Midnight Sun Gus skin.
Yes. Hello to all of you. We have a lot we got to get into. We dropped off in the middle of initiative. Shit's getting wild. People are still near dead. But before we get into the recap and the actual play, these lovely people have things to talk about. So I'm going to pass the attention over to the lovely people before I talk to you about other things. Go ahead, lovely people.
Yes. All right. So I'm here to talk to you about this month's charity, as November is Native American Heritage Month for obvious reasons. Genocide holiday. First Nations Development Institute will be our charity for this month. First Nations mission is to strengthen Native American economies to support healthy Native communities. They invest in and create institutions and models that strengthen Native asset control and support economic development for them. So First Nations improves economic conditions for Native Americans through technical assistance and training, advocacy and policy, and direct grants in key areas for development of those things. So if you can visit the link down there, and given any capacity that you possibly can of like time or your money or whatever you can do, it would be very much appreciated. I'm going to pass it on over to the next lovely person.
Wait, Seth, do you only watch Twitch streams on your phone?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because anyone who's watching on the computer, it's not going to be down there. It's going to be over there.
Is it? Oh my. Wow.
Yeah, but I was like,
that's what I always do.
I finally clicked. I was like, he's saying down there because he always watches on his phone and the chat's at the bottom on the phone. I get it now.
Wow, what an idiot.
Now that I've sufficiently called out.
Gen Zer.
Now that Seth has been sufficiently called out. Who's up next? Is it Roman?
It is Roman. Yes, hello. I'm Roman. I'm here to talk to you about the stream. You're probably here, or you're listening to it some other way, like on the podcast, or 50 years in the future as a record of what was left before the storms. But we're happy to have you whatever way you're here. We are here in this, the year of our Lord 2021, every Tuesday night, around about 8 o'clock Central. We love having y'all. If you can't remember that, if it's 50 years in the future, but Twitch is still up and showing archives of our show, we appreciate you, Twitch. Thank you so much. Go ahead and hit these buttons below me. There's a heart and a bell. You can follow. You can get the computer to tell you when we're on, and it's the best because the computer just knows. And in the future, the computer. But in this time, it's still nice to have the computer to remind you. There's also this subscription button where you can give us a little scratch and get those reminders. That money goes back into us improving the stream, bringing on guest stars, getting me.
He's trying to say better internet.
I have a sheet of paper. Oh, hello. Am I here?
Yeah.
Amazing. I have a sheet of paper taped over my desk lamp. This is the epitome of fuck it, we're doing it live. That money allows us to do it less live, but still live. Anyways, it's a whole thing. We appreciate your support. We appreciate the subs. We appreciate bits. It is still November. It's still November bits. That's chagrin. It is still November bits. We still have our goal down at the bottom there to make Rico Kazak, Light in the Darkness radio plays to play during the break of the stream, to get those scripts written and get the sound effects and get the editing and recording and all that stuff, which we're really excited to do. When I just looked before Twitch said, no more Roman, we were at like 62%, and that's cool. But it'd be cool if we were farther. And every bit that you donate gets us a little bit closer to that. We really appreciate y'all's support so much. We love you and we appreciate you. Now make like a football on Thursday and spike it right into that like and follow and subscribe button. I forgot to say that earlier, but it's been a while since I told you to absolutely smash those buttons. And so if you could today, I would appreciate it. Now I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to pass the attention all the way over. I think up, I can't see as previously established, to Addie.
Hi. So in addition to being here on Twitch, we are also in other locations on the internet. You can find us on Facebook and Twitter and
If you've been
Instagram.
listening to the call outs that Tommy has given for the sectors in Brimstone, you can find us on Instagram.
And all of those are Manifest the RPG. Or at Manifest the RPG. You can also find us on Patreon. Patreon is another way that you can support the things that we are creating here at Waypoint Games. And that is patreon.com/Waypoint Game Designs.
Nailed it.
Yeah. And
Yes, Addie.
and if you support us there, you can get access to our monthly blog as well as a new adventure every month and new releases of the podcast earlier than everywhere else. In addition to our cool channel for Patreon or patrons, Patreon patrons. I hate that. On our Discord. So you can head over there and give us a little bit of love and support so we can keep creating cool things.
You could always say Patreon supporters.
How dare you? And I think they're called patrons. I think that's what they're called.
But
yes. And now, even though he's been interrupting me, taking up all the space.
I almost interrupted Roman too.
Yeah, but you didn't.
I was too scared his internet was going to crap out. I had to let him get it all out.
But now that you know how to contact us and send your complaints about Tommy interrupting you to us directly, I'm going to pass the attention over to Tommy, where he can lie to you about the economy.
But instead, I'm going to draw attention to the people in the chat who are kicking ass. We got Argalam dropped 5 gifted subs, and we got Chris dropped 2,800 bits, pushing us up to 65% on the radio play. Thank you, Argalam. Thank you, Chris. You both are wonderful. I'm excited. Let's see. Oh my God! Look at all these gifted. We got Kimmy got a gifted. Nachos got a gifted. Carnaxis got a gifted. Addie got a gifted.
I am so happy.
You can actually gift that forward, Addie. That's actually a thing you can do.
I should do that.
Yeah.
Unless you're not subscribed.
Obviously, she's not because.
All right. You're right. I should send it. I should send it forward.
But thank you to Chris and thank you to Argalam. You both are wonderful. We appreciate you. Now that I've told you how much I love and appreciate you, let me take a moment to draw your attention to the top corner of everyone's screen. This is where our grit is. You can see I have 8, Dan has 10, Addie has 6, Seth, I almost called you just Porter, has 7, and Roman has 10. And grit is an expendable resource in Manifest that allows people to manipulate their roles, and you as viewers have grit as well. You have your channel points is called viewer grit. If you go to the bottom of your chat, you will see the little waypoint star. You can click on that, look at all the cool things you can do with the grit. And what you can do, one of the main things you can do with it is you can give grit to us. I already see some grit coming in. Now you'll notice, just clarification. It's been a while since I've drawn attention to this. I feel like everyone should know. You'll notice that it's more expensive to get grit for the players.
'Cause it's better.
Whereas if you get grit for me, the GM, it's actually cheaper. And
'Cause
sometimes
it's worse.
when I spend grit, they get grit no matter what. And then also sometimes I spend grit and multiple people get grit. So like if you're lucky, the grit you purchase could be like a 4-for-1 type deal. And nothing bad happens. And in fact, very entertaining things happen. Things for you, not for them, but for you to enjoy.
Tommy was looking at my arms all week. He would just stand there and just look at my arms. I'm trying to like watch TV.
Oh yeah, that had something to do with that was the game. That was the game. That was what that was.
Don't reward any of the things that are happening. I don't care why it was. Don't reward that behavior. Also, Addie, did you just gift 5 subs to the channel?
No.
Wait, that's not what I meant when I said you can. I'm saying you can.
You're absolutely nuts.
I still want to be subscribed. I want those hot emotes.
Oh my god, hell yeah. All right. Okay. We got grit coming in. We have 2 for Eloise, 1 from Chris and 1 from Argitlam. And then we have 1 for Porter from Fiddler Undone.
Thank you, Peddler.
Single-handedly keeping our boy alive.
That brings Porter and L up to 8. Drop the scruff emote for a hot emote. Okay, so we are going to jump into the actual play, but before we do, we're going to teleport our minds to the world of Manifest by looking at the very cool character art that we have for these 4 characters while we still can.
You can always look at
Hello. While we were watching that, Laura gifted 5 subs and we got a level 5 hype train. Y'all are insane.
Nuts. Absolutely nuts.
Thank you so much. Thank you to everyone. Let's talk a little bit about what has happened so far. These 4 drifters have had just a really good time. They have been investigating and are now at battle with Brimstone Garrison, the Black Ops militia garrison in Fort Dearborn that has been kidnapping and experimenting on illuminated people. They, during that time, got some help from the Free People's Coalition, which turned out to be led by a supremacist known as Leo Riggs. So they cut ties with him, and he just got the substance that was produced from all of Brimstone's experiments. He got that. It was good old Owen Lemaire was experimenting on people. He created some strange substance, injected himself and Leo Riggs with it, and then he bamfed away because he's an Everlight from season 1, and he's probably never going to come back. And Leo Riggs also injected this serum and became all glowy and terrifying, and then left. And who knows now where he is, but we do know where these 4 drifters are. They are finally about to be reunited, temporarily reunited.
Before you kill us? What?
Sorry, no, I started laughing because I saw Kurt X's point out that Dan, as he tried to argue with me, got faded out when the character started playing. Okay, temporarily reunited or permanently reunited, who knows? Dex and Porter hired a team of extremely skilled drifters to help them break into Brimstone Garrison, while Eloise and Gus mounted their own escape within internally, aided by turncoat Alf Ralston, private first class, who has decided to accompany them and help with their escape. The team of drifters hired by Dex and Porter are Parappa, Arthur Ross, Lucille Roberts, Jess Weaver, and Oscar McCoy, all of which, to our knowledge, are alive, maybe a little bit injured, but alive and intact, as they're being pressured by militia patrols that are moving in on the team's location. Meanwhile, Eloise is in a very bad way, up in a watchtower at the top of the gatehouse, in the center of the gatehouse on the ground floor. Gus is there with Lucille, and Lucille's not there. Gus is there with Alf, and Arthur Ross is just outside. On the second floor of the gatehouse, Dex and Lucille, I guess Dex is technically in another watchtower. Dex, Lucille, and Eloise are in the upper levels of the gatehouse. Gus and Alf and Arthur Ross are basically in the main body of the gatehouse. And then around the corner is Porter, and then a little bit further down the road from Porter in the garrison is Oscar McCoy, Parappa, and Jess Weaver, who are all being pursued by militia patrols. That's where we left off. We rolled initiative. All of the enemies inside the gatehouse and the ones who were immediately stationed outside the gatehouse have been dealt with. I had everyone roll initiative at the end of the last session. But oh no. We did.
This is what you've reaped, what you've sowed with your lies about the economy, Tommy.
Oh no. Hopefully Roman will be back momentarily. I had a thing set up for if he needed to do video, audio only and no video, but I actually didn't have a thing set up for if he disconnected entirely. So we're all just kind of here. I'm still in my frame if I do this.
This is
pretty
fun.
much mostly in my frame. Yeah.
I'm in a couple frames, and this is a power that I enjoy.
Yeah, can you be in 2 at once?
Yeah, check this out.
Hopefully Roman's gonna be back here in a second, and then we will jump into the session proper. Meanwhile,
so here's what I was gonna say. You can always look at the art.
It's true, you can, but maybe they'll be dead and it will be less special.
I would argue if they're dead, it's more special.
Your power went. Wait, your power was saved with. No, Seth, turn off your background. This is what happened. The moment Roman disconnects, all of a sudden, all hell breaks loose. We lose all sense of decorum. Oh, I am Seth now.
So sorry, y'all.
Did your thing just
You turned
completely
Tommy
break?
into Seth. How dare you?
the mouse on this computer wants to take me to the top right corner of the screen and click. And that's where some very important buttons are, typically.
Oh, no.
Wait, it
When
wasn't
using
even
a
your
computer.
internet? You just straight up like exited?
Straight up close the window, baby.
That's wild.
It
Beautiful.
was an
I'm
inside
working
job.
on it. I'm here.
All right.
Okay. I have us on the on the on the audio oh, I'm playing initial music. Wow. On the audio only screen, Roman. So let me know when you want to turn back on your video.
You got it.
Okay.
Gus looks great though. In the meantime,
Yeah, Gus is so handsome. Okay.
so handsome.
So last little bit of recap is Eloise and Gus were prisoners. Gus has some ill-fitting armor that he salvaged from a fallen soldier. But he is still wearing basically like scrub pants and no shoes and like tank top, and then Eloise is basically like in a sports bra and shorts. And both of them look horrible. They've been experimented on, cut up, drilled into. They have all sorts of bruises and scars and cuts, and also some more recent injuries from
I just got
gunshots.
shot.
From gunshots and stuff. Yeah, Eloise got super shot. So that is where we are. I had everyone roll initiative, but before we actually drop into proper initiative, for the sake of continuity and everything, I'm gonna say you guys are like able to kind of, before we jump into actual initiative, you're able to kind of reconvene all together, like inside the gatehouse or just outside the gatehouse. You hear gunshots to the west. You know that the armory that contains your gear. The armory that contains your gear is to the, did I say east before? Because it's gunshots to the west, the armory is to the east. And you are basically like smack dab in the center of this massive like 600-acre garrison. As not all units have been told to converge on you, but some patrols from the radio you have, you know that patrols are being sent to converge on your location. So we'll say basically Eloise, a woman you've never seen before, pokes her head up the ladder. She is relatively like calm looking. She's decked out in like black, like tactical like armor that is also extremely like stylish. She's got like a bandolier and knives, and she turns to you and says, Eloise Reynolds, I presume your friends are downstairs. And she offers you a hand to help you up.
Okay.
And as she pulls you up off like the ground to like take you over to the ladder, you do see in the gatehouse where you heard gunshots, where you got shot from, the soldier is no longer there, and you do see Dex about like 40 feet that way, in the matching watchtower. You see Dex standing there. He's got a little bit of blood splattered on him, but he himself looks fine.
Okay. Eloise.
I know, dear. Watch your step. And she helps you down the ladder. Dex, you're able to come down the ladder and join Elle and Lucille. And Ross shouts out, like, kind of, again, to no one in particular, you all can hear him as he's there. He actually comes around, like, Porter, as you're coming around the corner, he like sees you come around, and so he's like, watch this gate, and he like jogs to the corner around from you, and you have line of sight to him, but you don't see what he starts shooting at. But he starts shooting down to the southwest. He's like, hit the dirt! As he starts firing in the direction of Jess and Oscar and Parappa. Gus, you see Porter round the large entrance to the gatehouse. Porter, you see Gus, and then behind him, somewhat sheepish looking, Also a little bit shot Alf Ralston, who is like joining him at his side.
Porter, I think, would probably grab the pack full of stuff that Arthur was carrying that we brought to give to Eloise and Gus.
Arthur left it there.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
I love
Dropped
that.
He's got his pack with his weapons, but he like knew that pack was he was just carrying that for y'all. So he's like, okay, we're at the team. Here you go. All right. He just dropped it immediately. No one needed to tell him to do it. Yeah. So Porter, you see Gus.
Yeah, I'll pick up the pack and I'll run to Gus. Still keeping an eye on the gatehouse because that's apparently my job now. And I'll kind of like clasp his forearm and say, "Good to see you, old man. Put these on."
Yeah. All right. Okay. Armor. Oh. Hey. All right. Is this? Wait. Is it my armor?
It's not your
No.
stuff. No. This is stuff that they acquired from the armory. In
So
Waypoint.
I have the stats on this. This is excellent quality heavy armor that is hardened, fitted, vented, and has adjustable buoyancy, all of which are excellent quality mods.
Hey, what's this one for? Oh. All right. Oh, that's for water stuff. I
Don't
guess.
pull that. Don't pull that.
Yeah. Nope. Sorry about that. Hey, no. This looks like it fits. That's great. You see what I had to do with this one? I had to angle it around and oh, now I see. And he pulls out this giant sword, I'm assuming.
It's not a sword.
It's not a sword.
Is it not
I
a sword?
believe it is. So it's collapsible. So
Mhm.
I believe it is a relatively like small looking baton that extends into a fucking
relative
gravity
to
hammer.
relative to its original size.
It looks like basically like a squat bar, I think.
It's about
Okay.
like this big and like this big around. You see like energy emitters and everything. You recognize it as a weapon, and when you pick it up, you're able to like kind of like twist the safety on the bottom, and it just like the like handle constructs out, and then the emitters don't turn on because you have to activate those at will, but you do hear them kind of hum at the ready as you hold this thing. It's like this long two-handed heavy weapon, big huge like studded like cylinder on the end with these energy emitters like built into the studs. This thing would fucking break bones and crush armor even without the energy emitters, and you know that like if once you hit that switch, that thing will fucking wreck some of these soldiers.
So I have the stats for
Alright.
that also. So that
Please.
has a power of 4, an armor piercing of 1, an accuracy of 4, and a reliability of 1. If you turn on the energy coil, the power becomes 6, and the armor piercing becomes 5.
Brutal.
Is there any reason to not?
In the
Still-
current setting we're in, not necessarily. no,
Basically,
but-
the way the energy coils work is they last for a single combat. Once that combat is over, they turn off, and you don't get to use them again
Don't
until
charge
they
it.
recharge.
All right. Yeah, I can work with this. Hey, thanks, y'all. Appreciate it.
Does it look like he's injured as well?
Yeah, Gus is a little injured.
And here,
Go ahead.
Hold still. I'm gonna take one of the tonics from my from the strap across my chest and kind of like I have a little wrist thing that I put it in, and then a needle kind of shoots out from between my fingers, and I'm gonna give him a shot for a healing tonic.
Nice.
Oh, wait, no. I'm only a little injured. Elle is very injured.
It's all right. I've got extras.
Okay.
I'm giving you a standard quality tier 2. So you get +6, and you know, I'm gonna give you the excellent quality, so you don't go deaf. It's gonna be mute instead.
All right.
Okay, Gus goes mute. And meanwhile, Dex and L, you are reunited on the upper floor.
Yeah, I think I come down, holster my guns, and like go to like help up her other side, basically. Sorry it took us so long. It was a wild one.
I'm glad you came.
Of course we can.
And Porter, as Gus starts like pantomiming and mouthing words, realizing that he's not able to speak for a little bit.
Sorry, I forgot about that.
Over his shoulder, you see coming down a spiral staircase, Dex on one shoulder, and Lucille. Well, you don't. Oh no, you know Lucille. Lucille on the other shoulder. You see a frail and damaged Eloise making her way down the stairs.
To God, I say, watch the gate, and I'm gonna run for Eloise, and it's gonna be like sweep her up in his arms and fling her around and say, "You're such a fucking idiot! I hate you so much." And then with the same it'll kind of like pop off between my fingers, and with a new needle, I'm gonna inject her with a healing tonic as well.
What tier is it?
I feel bad that I took away Gus's character's ability to speak. So do you want to go deaf or not talk?
You choose. You're the doctor.
It's excellent quality, so I have to go with mute as well. Arrow standard means we can't talk with our brains too, huh? Why did I choose these? These were terrible things for me to choose for role playing.
So you inject her with a 6 health healing.
No. Okay, it's gonna be standard quality. For some reason, it still only has one. Oh, because it's standard. All right, it's so you're gonna go deaf instead of mute, and I'm gonna stick by me, okay, and then inject.
How many hit points does she heal?
It's 6.
Okay. Yeah, Eloise. He says, "Stick by me." He like sets you down and then like grabs your arm and injects you with a healing tonic. And as you feel like it course through your veins and that warmth, the loud and the occasional goes quiet as your ears stop working.
And Porter's gonna sign to here. He's gonna sign to her here. I brought these for you as well, or we did, I should say, and give her part of the stuff.
So that's just your stuff.
Okay. I mean, I did give it to you specifically for that reason.
There's also, if you would like it, a excellent quality medium shield with reflective coating and the magnetized mod, both of which at excellent quality.
Okay.
Yeah. And then in that same bag, whether or not you want them or not, there are 2 excellent quality light shields with the shield generator and balanced mods at excellent quality.
I don't think I can carry them. But
Okay.
I'll take the medium shield for sure. With reflective coating and
Magnetized.
Yeah.
And I take your Omni tool off of my hand and give you the gauntlet back.
Yeah. So was it Dex handing you your stuff basically? Dex holds out your red coat that has the like energy like the nano emitters like sewn into it, and as like you put it on, and Dex like helps you like get your arm into it and your other arm into it, like as soon as your first arm goes in, it just starts going like and like starts like building your armor around you as like you fit the coat on. And then you turn over and like as Porter like pulls the gauntlet off and like holds it out to you, like it reforms so that you can slide your hand in easily, and then it like grips in perfectly matching your armor as your armor like comes down your arm. And you're not in your full get up, but you now have your armor. You feel you probably most comfortable to you is your shoes reform as they are part of your armor. As the armor moves down the coat around your legs, compensating for like the lack of emitters there, and builds out a slightly less robust looking version of the shoes in your character art as you like kind of like get that armoring around your shins and your feet as well.
I will activate telepathy.
Okay.
No.
And it's just everybody. I guess I can see. I don't know about most of the people, but
Yeah, you as her armor fully forms, she gets her gauntlet on, she looks down, and then like her hair is just a mess. It's been like completely unkept. She was like submerged in some weird fluids, like it's just like basically pinned to her head. But you see as just like a little bit of color like returns to it, and like her eyes glow, just as like this little like sparking golden glow that like fills up her eyes. And then the rest of you feel that familiar sense of Eloise knocking on the door to your brain to create a telepathic link. Alf looks a little like shocked and confused for a second, but then realizes what's going on, and he accepts, and Lucille accepts like without hesitation. She understands what's happening.
Good to see everybody again.
Are you two all right? Are we gonna make it out?
Those are two separate questions.
We're gonna make it out. I need to make sure that those two can get there with us.
We're gonna make it out, then I'm all right. No, you good?
I'm still a little hurt.
Here,
Actually,
I have
pretty
another
hurt.
tonic. I have
No,
another
it's-
tonic.
A quick assessment, you can see that Eloise has sustained many injuries. So your tonics are not going to be as useful as her injuries being. Both her and Gus, I believe, have sustained multiple injuries.
I know I don't have time to treat this here. Can we black off? I don't know if I can treat you right now. Should I try? Dex, how close? Okay.
You hear the gunshots are getting closer, Dex. And Lucille actually steps out to look out the as you guys kind of reconvene. Lucille like swiftly moves to the door, looks is looking both ways.
I think
and
if she's sharing her vision, Dex, as she steps out, is like basically not so much watching the conversation in front of him as he is watching her vision to keep an eye on what's happening.
Yeah, through her vision, you see Oscar and Jess and Parappa falling behind Arthur as Arthur moves out of line of sight. Like basically he's no longer there. The others pull back to get cover on the corner. You can tell he's right there by the flare of his gun around the corner. Then there's like shots being fired in his direction. They're firing back. They look like they've taken a few hits. They're not like in a terrible way. And you watch as Arthur actually steps into frame and drops his massive machine gun on its sling, and like it tightens up onto his back. And then as that happens, you watch as like part of his harness starts to like pull the like drum off of his machine gun and start to like install another reload. And while that is going on, he immediately like on another 3-point sling pulls out like a SMG and starts being like He's already, you can see his armor's been hit a few times. He seems pretty fine, but he has taken a few hits. And he goes, "The plan? What is it?"
I think Dex isn't like on a separate channel with Alf, but like clearly directs this at Alf. Where can we find a vehicle to get out of here?
We're not too far from the garage. I mean, it's going to be one of the more heavily defended places. Otherwise, there's I mean, when it was just the three of us, I thought maybe we'd sneak our way up to one of the helicopters on the tower. But with a group this big, the garage is just up the thoroughfare to the north. But they're gonna have it surrounded. It almost leads to the gatehouse, or to like the front gate.
We hired the best fighters on Manifest to come do this. If they can't take that garage, we have bigger problems. I think Dex clocks that you're obviously not carrying Caldwell's pistols. And like to Gus over the telepathic link, you made a promise. I'm guessing you mean to keep it.
Yeah, I sure do. If at all possible.
We need them.
Okay.
Wait,
hold on.
Bill, why?
I'm listening. And Dex starts moving over to Ross.
We need them for. It's how they'll let us in. Because he's from there.
Yeah, no one knows what Eloise is talking about. I mean, I guess like
her brain is not firing on all cylinders.
You know that you all saw what happened with Owen Lemaire and Leo Riggs through Eloise's telepathic link. But what you don't know is anything about Owen Lemaire, because that is information that only Eloise has.
Yeah.
I think, well, Gus can put it together because he saw the cutscene from outside, and it's not the Raven. Gus, in a rare moment of insight, goes, "The ghost stock?"
Yeah, his
are
name
the two of you right?
Owen, and he wasn't. He's from there. He's from the Legionnaires, I think. I'm pretty sure his daddy was.
Then yeah, let's go get those pistols so we can go and pay him a visit.
Dex, you get around the corner. You see Arthur Ross is losing ground as soldiers are strategically firing at him so that others can approach undercover, but he is also making it really hard for them to return. But like he is being pinned down, and Parappa is helping out by like throwing like flashbang after flashbang and a couple like cluster like bombs that like kind of like pop around and make one area bad for a second, and then the soldiers have to like fall back and work around, and they're like grabbing their wounded and pulling them back. Like basically Arthur is foregoing getting kill shots for getting disabling and slowing shots to try and hold this ground for as long as possible, but it's about to slip.
He's just fucking good at his job is the thing.
Those people are with us. Those people are with us.
They're all with us.
Yeah.
I can't. What's
You can see them.
I can see them.
Yeah.
Okay. Knock on their brains.
Yeah. There's a little bit of a Arthur just lets it happen.
Yeah, baby, let's roll. We're in it.
It's like getting a phone call and he's like, "What?" But Jess and Parappa look a little concerned, and Oscar looks a little confused. They don't immediately.
Well, can they see me?
Yeah, you're there. You're right there with them.
This one's fine.
They nod, and you get 3 more on the call.
Then to Arthur, we need to stop at the armory. You need to get us our extraction.
I'm listening.
The motor pool is that way. I point in the correct direction that Alpha's told me.
Mhm.
It should be heavily guarded. I don't imagine it'll be easy. But and I look at Parappa. We're loud now.
She just smiles at that. She's like patched up a wound on Jess's leg. And then she like looks up and just like smiles and just like reaches into her bag and starts getting things ready. Meanwhile, there's been radio chatter that Alf has been listening to. And Ross says, "Where do we pick you up?" And then Alf says, "We're heading to the armory in G6." And then he looks to whoever's nearby him, probably Gus, as he kind of thinks out to everybody, but he's like more like looking for Gus's reaction as he says, chatter says that there's people coming from that way, though. We're gonna have to be quick. It's gonna be hard.
Can you sneak us there?
Get moving.
Can try. And then Lucille goes, "If we're going loud north, I can head quiet east with the rest of y'all."
Sounds good.
Yeah, that sounds great.
You can understand that chatter, son? And Alpha like goes, "Yeah." She goes, "You tell me where they are and I'll make sure we avoid them. You and me together in the front. Let's go." And then in that moment where everyone was distracted, you look back and Parappa has constructed a firearm of some kind and immediately launches a fucking rocket forward around the corner. And remember those three little like towers I told you about that were like on that road that like were part of like the comms relay? She shoots the middle one down and it splits and like falls into the back one, which like tilts one way and then the other one tilts the other way, creating this big cloud of smoke as soldiers scatter. And she just like gets that thing on her shoulder and starts like loading in another missile. And she goes, "North, let's go." And
Before they leave, I look at my four mercenaries I've assembled here. And I say out loud, I think, "Have fun with it." And then I head east.
Ross, for the first time, looks just like slightly concerned as Parappa like has a wildness in her eyes as she turns and starts like running ahead of him. And then he drops his SMG down and whips out his giant minigun again as it has finished reloading. And like he just starts running after her. And Jess looks both amused and absolutely furious as she follows Parappa north. And Oscar goes, "This is fun," and then runs north as well. So Oscar and Parappa and Jess and Arthur all head north. You already hear them engaging with soldiers to the north that are coming from that way. Lucille and Alf take point on the way east, waiting for the rest of you. And that, I believe, is where we're going to fall into proper initiative.
Before that happens, real quick, can I pick up like a sidearm from one of the people who are dead?
I think there's guns in the bag of gear they have.
There's definitely guns.
Okay.
I don't think there is.
I was.
We grabbed 2 laser guns. Do you want a laser gun?
There's also 2 projectile weapons, light projectiles.
Oh yeah. Would you like 2 light projectiles? I have to bring these back. I didn't make a promise, but
I say a laser gun.
We brought 2. Porter's got one right now.
I just want a sidearm.
Laser buds.
I was just gonna get a sidearm and then it's just for show, so it needs to just be intimidating enough.
Those
Right.
projectiles are
Laser
intimidating
buds.
as hell, but
Yeah.
please
Okay.
take it. Yeah, let's do it, and we do a little like clink.
So are you're grabbing the 2 light projectiles, Eloise, or are you grabbing a laser
Just
gun?
one.
You can
Just
grab one of the
one.
pistols. You know they won't fire though.
Well, I could take off the mod, but yeah. That's fine. I'll just take one of the projectiles. That's fine.
Okay.
I believe one is white and one is black. Which one would you like?
Whichever one is on top.
Cool.
It's the
Your
black one.
weapon.
It's the
This
black
is
one
great.
that has engraved into the handle. It has on one side a heart and on the other side a diamond.
These are mine. I'm so upset right now. I forgot that.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, they are.
Why do you think I keep trying to hand them to
How
you?
dare you? I don't want them anymore.
Just
I'm
like,
trying
yeah,
to-
I'll take these 2 weird guns.
And then the timelines collide and Eloise morphs into Alice King and
Is
Yeah.
able to.
We would get out of here in like
Hey,
4
what are you
minutes.
guys doing here?
Is this technically regifting?
All right. So we are going to drop back into proper initiative.
Something to keep in mind, since this is the first round of combat, I do get a +2 to my score
We did the
because I have the finger on the trigger.
Yeah, I think we did that. Didn't we?
No.
Did we?
We rolled
No,
and
you
then
did.
and then that was it.
No, you. It's a really good play, Seth. I admire it. I've done it. This is the second time we've rolled initiative in this combat.
Yeah.
Dan, how dare you?
No, it's
So
true
this
though.
is Tommy's gonna go back and
You wanna
check the tape
remind
and realize
This is
he
what-
did
you know
have
what,
the
now I
same
remember.
conversation last time.
We did have
That's
this.
what happened. Yeah, you're absolutely. Last week we had this conversation. You're right. You're
Plus,
right.
plus
You
1
wanna
grit
go
to
ahead and
Eloise.
remind Tommy that we have homework too, Dan? Jesus.
No, I was gonna say we've already had this conversation. Okay, so you guys start heading east with Lucille and Alf at the front. As you do, I don't know how much. I think unless you guys want to be taking negatives, I don't think you can really clock what's going on with the team that you sent north. You can check on them and stuff, but if you want to try and like monitor their progress, you're going to be rolling at negatives because you'll be distracted. As just a quick glance lets you see, as from Arthur Ross's perspective, he mows down like half a dozen soldiers, and another patrol like comes up on a roof, and then they get hit with a missile, and then like they move up, and they actually go, instead of running down the thoroughfare, Ross like shouts something out, and Oscar and Jess charge up to a building, and they actually move inside, and they're gonna fight their way building to building towards the garage, is what you see as they go.
I just assumed that they were going to just directly go through any wall they came to because Parappa is there.
Well, we haven't gotten to the next wall.
Operation Kool-Aid Man.
Parappa's currently reloading a missile as Jess like short circuits a door and it pops open, and then the like Oscar goes in firing his gun at some soldiers inside. Yeah, so all of you are heading eastward, and let's get to initiative. I effectively can remove some of these NPCs now because they have been sent north to the wall.
Aren't some of them blind too?
No, those ones got shot to death.
Yeah. Oh,
Okay.
the soldiers, those soldiers, yeah, they were gone. Yeah, those guys got blinded, and then Oscar and Jess and Parappa took care of them. So you guys have a quite a hard task ahead of you. You have, by Alf's estimate, you have about like a little over like 1,000 to 1,200 feet that you need to cover. Maybe even more, maybe even closer to 1,500. And that's like by the shortest open route possible. But as he said, there are many units being sent to exactly this location. Though even as your team moves north, you can all hear They're heading north into D4. All units to all active units D4. Fortify their garage. Watch for the barracks. We don't know what their objective is yet. So you know that at least some soldiers are being sent in the wrong way, but at the very least, there's by Alf's estimate, there's soldiers ahead of you. So, I want to know. Oh, I'm pressing all the wrong buttons. Ultimately, you guys are sneaking. At some point throughout this journey, there's a few patrols to duck around. But in addition to sneaking, I want to know if anyone else is doing anything in particular. You're moving quickly, so it's not like really slow going, but there are moments basically where Alf and Lucille along this journey will like duck you into corners, and like you will have like a moment where like you are waiting as like a patrol like sprints by, and then you duck around and move on. So I'm gonna take by your initiative order your guys is if there's anything you want to do during this journey, and then I'll have all of you roll sneak together just to make it as simple as possible. So starting with Dex, is there anything in particular you're trying to achieve besides just remaining unseen?
I take off my photo replicant poncho, and I hand it to Eloise. I don't need this as much as you do.
Normally, I would say no, but I will take this. Thank you.
Thank you for accepting this gift.
Okay. What about you, Gus? Anything in particular you're trying to achieve?
I'm trying real hard to be sneaky.
Okay. Focusing full on being sneaky.
Mhm.
What about you, Porter?
I can start treating as injuries while we're on the move, right?
You can. I think I'll give you some negatives because you're doing it intermittently. But you'll have you have the field medic talent, right?
I certainly do, and the doctor talent, so I reduce those number of hits requires to treat the injury by 1.
Yeah. So the main important thing is that you normally you would have an issue treating an injury in combat.
Yeah.
But you have field medic, so you are good. And it only costs you 2 of your initiative, which is a big deal.
Sure is.
So yeah, go ahead and roll it.
Perfect.
So because you're kind of doing this intermittently in really harrowing situations and trying to remain unheard, and also like having to like move when Lucille and Alf say to move, I'm gonna give you a -4 to this.
-4, heard. You, I need you. Ugh.
What's the class of the injury?
Treat. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
I have 1 tier 2 injury, which takes away all my reliability, and I have 2 tier 1s, which are no longer affecting me.
Yeah, I'll treat that tier 2, which needs 3 successes.
2, if you have.
That's so. Yeah, I've got doctor. That's 3 successes there, and I will not have to spend any grit for that. So you no longer have that injury.
Yeah, what's the name of that injury again? Is it just overwhelmed or
It's compromised.
compromised? Yeah, so you've seen that Eloise has been moving with a really bad limp.
Yeah.
And so like during the stops, you kind of like you move your hand like up on like her like shin and like her thigh to try and figure out where it is, and you realize that it's not her leg that's fucked up. It's because a giant needle drilled its way into like her lower spine. And
Jeez.
like you're trying to figure out where the pain is coming from, because you can tell like she is like moving, like she doesn't have full like locomotion within her legs, and so you're like trying to figure out what it is. And then when you like press on like her lower back, like she winces, and as you go and look, you see like the wound there is like bad. And so you at one of the points where you guys stop, you get your med kit to kind of go in there, and you start sealing up that wound from the inside, because it's like healing wrong, and you like inject it with you basically like you inject just like a little bit of stem cell into her spine to like just to like get it like working back in place, like a special little cocktail like of your own devising from your med kit, to kind of like regrow some of those nerves like extremely fast. And like there's like a rapid like flush of pain for a second, Eloise, and then you feel like you actually have like full feeling in your legs again.
Oh,
I know.
wow, that
I know.
smarts.
I'm sorry. I know. I know. Here, this will help too. And if I don't know how easy it would be for me to fabricate something like a back brace so that she at least has something to lean on while she's walking, while it's healing.
Yeah, absolutely. As you finish it, you pull out like part of like the med kit, and it's like at first it's like it folds out, and then like it weaves a brace that then you like wrap around her lower back, and then like you detach the frame, and it just like perfectly fits to like her lower back.
How's that?
Much better.
Good.
All right.
I'm glad you're here. He's gonna give her a little kiss on the forehead.
Gus turns around and sees that, and he's just like, "Hey, no, sorry, I hate to break this tender moment, but I'm double tired. Just wondering if you got that thing out. You got something that I could like. If you look at Gus, like he's
Yeah.
interacting like someone who is like you're watching going throughout their day, and then if you look in their eyes, you see it's just like totally hollowed, like running on fumes, going through the motions a little bit. I've got the exhausted injury twice.
I've got a little sleep in the battle. Maybe I can prep that up for you.
Yeah,
You assume I can't also treat this injury?
Not yet.
In this.
I will have I want to know if Eloise has anything. So basically what we're doing is I did say we were dropping back into proper initiative, but we're abstracting out some of it because I want to just make the rolls like clean for the group sneaking instead of trying to break it up into multiple like instances of you guys rolling it. So I am detracting your initiative as you go. And I bring that up now because Eloise, this will be the one thing you'll be able to do besides sneaking, because this is your one turn.
Yeah. Looking around, do I think it would be better if I made like a little drone or a ladder?
It's
a stealth drone.
yeah, no, I figured that's what you meant. It would be weird for you to want to make a cargo drone right now.
The shields are so
That's
heavy.
what we
Please
mean.
carry them for me.
So I mean, probably like a stealth drone is going to be more useful. Dex and Lucille are able to traverse walls pretty easily, and because they are both able to, they're able to pull the rest of you up really easily as well. Like Lucille has like gear for that and everything.
Made of metal?
Many of the buildings and walls here are indeed made of metal. Not all of them. Some of them are brick, and some of them are other materials. But yeah, absolutely. So like your mag belt helps you traverse that too. So like ultimately, like the latter would not be unuseful, but if you're trying to compare the usefulness of a stealth drone, which would allow for scouting and looking ahead, and a ladder like the retractable ladder and footbridge, stealth drone is going to do the trick.
Okay.
It does require a significant amount of cubes, but I suppose you have many of them because your gear was brought back to you.
If they gave me all my gear back, I have exactly the amount for that.
Okay,
So,
and you're remembering your original design and everything.
no.
Yeah. Okay, so you have a few more cubes than you need.
Yeah. Okay. Great.
So you're gonna
Since
try
I must have made something.
You're gonna try
Excited.
and quick fix stealth drone that will break at the end of this
Yeah.
at the end of this altercation. Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead. It's a technology roll or machinery at -2.
I don't think I'm at negatives now. That's four hits. So actually not enough. I don't think. Stealth drone is tier 3. I will make my own luck. And that's why we make our own luck. I have 6 hits.
Okay. So you're spending 1 grit to make your own luck.
Yes, which happened to explode. Oh,
Oh
no!
no!
He got bored with me crafting.
The mouse, it drifts. The mouse, it drifts.
Mouse can't be trusted.
This time it was just the internet.
Ah. Okay. So you got enough successes. I will say you automatically count as cutting corners, so your target successes is lowered.
It's only 3?
No. I believe so.
Oh, well then I don't
It's
need
cut
to
in
spend
half.
that grit.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Take your grip back.
Okay.
But your item quality, basically you count as cutting corners is what it
Right.
is.
So it's just a standard quality drone.
Exactly. You make a standard quality stealth drone. The stats of which are it can get.
I have it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, it can go 100 feet away from you. And any like hardcore tests to like try and maneuver it or anything like that is going to be at a -2. But also people will be at a -2 to notice it. Okay. So, as you guys are making your way through, Eloise, like after like Porter like treats one of her injuries, she starts pulling out gear, and you watch as she like in the moments where you guys have time, anyone who's watching Eloise watches as she like swipes her hand along her forearm where her omni tool is, and like a display comes up, and she like quickly like during one of the breaks like moves through a bunch of files and eventually finds like a design that she made a while back for a stealth drone. And then she really quickly like strips some of the parts off of it that are like not necessary so that she can make it functional quickly. And then like along the way she is like digitally like constructing those parts and like and applying them to like the materials that she has, and like really quickly wires this thing together. There's a couple like sparks during one moment when she's like soldering some things extremely quickly, and after a short period of time she will have a functional stealth drone.
Amazing.
All right. Dex, was there anything else you wanted to do?
I don't know if it's possible. I would love to, if it is possible, assist for my less sneaky friends on their sneak test.
That won't be, well, I guess if you're not trying to do anything else, like I'll factor that into the negatives, like as
Sure, yeah,
you know.
I'm not. I like listen,
Yeah,
I'm a
you're-
gunslinger. I love when we get into a fight and there's people for me to shoot that deserve it.
Yeah.
There's so many guys.
Right
I would
now-
love to sneak well.
Right now, you and Gus are basically focusing entirely on the sneaking, which will help because that's more eyes in more places as opposed to people being distracted. So like that's useful. and we'll factor into the negatives y'all are gonna get for your sneaking, or the positives that you're gonna get ultimately, because you have a lot going for you right now. Okay.
I like to think that Dex and Gus are sort of like paired off behind the front two. Gus is just sort of like, nobody over there.
Nobody anywhere else.
Yeah, I'm just scanning, doing the recon and stuff.
Yeah, right. You look out of breath.
What? Yeah, no, I'm okay.
Porter, if you wanted to treat one of Gus's injuries, you could.
I'd love that. Yeah, that'd be perfect. Jeez.
I don't know if you noticed this, but there's nobody over there.
Is it the same negative -4?
Yes.
Great.
Good luck. I'm rooting for you.
Thanks, buddy. Now, exhausted is that a tier 2, tier 3?
Tier 2.
That's treated right there. That's 2 successes.
Yeah, he injects you
Amazing.
with like a cocktail.
It's definitely like something whatever the equivalent of like Guyana or something. It's one of those energizing roots. It's definitely based on that, and it's like almost like a little like shot that he takes, a little a cold medicine shot.
That's
dang.
just very good
Like-
Sudafed.
Exactly.
It's like got energy for the next quarter of a day.
You just get fucking
Well, I guess.
5-hour energy concentrate.
I'll see if I have a mask or something for the bags under your eyes, my friend.
Oh, I'll worry about that when I'm back in Waypoint.
Porter, +1 grit to you from the pack walk.
Lovely. Thanks, Packwalk.
Okay. At this point, I will need you to all roll a sneak test. If your skill for sneak is not 13, it is now, because Lucille gives you her sneak skill of 13.
Oh yeah.
On top of that, there is a lot going on. So in addition to having a 13 for your skill, I'm going to give all of you, you're going to net a +2. Or no, sorry, because Dex and Gus are focusing +3 to that target. So you're all rolling for a 16. The enemy is at negatives because they are currently being slightly distracted by the fact that they're running to a part where, if anyone were to look, you see much smoke is billowing up in the sky from a part of the garrison that you are leaving, as multiple buildings are being either demolished, arsoned, or both.
There's also at
They're
least
just so
2.
fucking talented.
They're very good. There's also at least 2. I assume Lucille Roberts has a photo replicant poncho. Maybe 3 photo replicant ponchos on this party right now.
Yes.
Amazing. Hey, also while
So-
we're all rolling, let me give a quick shout out to Packwalk has a charity stream for a husky rescue, I believe, either Thursday or Friday. Y'all should go check it out. Packwalk, correct me in the chat, but y'all should go check that out.
Hell yeah, that's dope. I made
if
a
I
new
was-
husky today.
If I understand this correctly, we're all rolling. The garrison is rolling against us.
Yes.
I would like to bamboozle
Yeah.
the garrison.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Can I bamboozle as well?
Okay. How many times y'all bamboozling?
I've got 9 grit.
I'll bamboozle it twice.
I'll match that.
Okay.
And I think I have one of the full replicant ponchos. So does that just add a negative to be seen?
It gives you
It gives you a +3 to sneak and a -1 to be seen.
so
Great.
they
So
have
that means
negatives,
that
but you have you're rolling for 17.
So
Porter.
I was just calculating because I also have heavy armor, which is a -2. Math is
Ah.
fun.
You're still rolling for 17.
It's still 17, exactly, right.
Hey, Tommy, you want 3 grit just for no reason?
Yeah.
You're making your own
Totally
luck 3
fine.
times?
No. He's making his own luck 3 times, and that's the story we're sticking to.
Well, I only get 3
100%.
grit if you're spending a 1 grit expenditure 3 times.
Oh, well,
It's-
no, then you're trying to... Yeah, Addie, can you please explain to him what's happened here?
I believe it's a misfire. And
It was a grave misfire.
I believe he's downgrading his grave misfire to a regular standard
misfire?
old misfire.
That's right.
Wow.
It's easy to misfire when you're only rolling 1 die. Is the thing.
Yeah, a 20 and a 17.
Can I spend grit to count?
Wait, you
to
can.
18?
Oh well, I guess
No.
you could play to the gallery
18s, 19s, and 20s always fail.
as well.
Wait,
That's what I was wondering.
I'm
I
scrolling
can't
as
play
well.
to the gallery to an 18.
Correct. What's up?
Damn shame.
Gus
I'm-
rolled a 17, so he could also get a success in addition to downgrading his misfire if he. Anyway,
I'm still exhausted, so I'm rolling at 15s. But I had a reliability, and I got a 12, which I'm happy about.
Nice. You guys are up
Proper-
against a
proper-
7.
Proper chuffed. I got a 12. That's it.
I got 4 hits over 7.
I'm
Okay.
gonna make my own luck.
Eloise.
I'm gonna make my own luck.
Oh no, Eloise.
I'm gonna
I-
make
I've
my
got-
own luck.
2 hits over a 7, but I can make my own luck. It might be a good idea.
You got 2 hits over a 7?
It's
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, you're not seen. You beat him, right?
That doesn't
Eloise,
matter.
what's your highest?
A 7.
Also, how much grit are you at now? You made your own luck multiple times.
How
I
many
know.
grit did you just spend for that 7?
3.
Ah,
So that puts you at what?
5.
7's good. We're the aggressor, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You guys are the aggressors. You are assaulting a military base.
I rolled.
jeez.
I
It
rolled.
assaulted
a-
us first.
I rolled a 2 and a 5, and then I rolled a 20, and then I rolled a 19, and then I rolled a 7.
Okay, so my understanding is Dex got many successes over. Porter got an adequate amount over. Eloise got 1, and Gus also got 1, but also misfired.
Mhm.
Okay, well, +1 grit to Eloise from Boo.
Thank you, Boo.
Boo and I streamed together at the Jolly Poncho, and she was mad that she wasn't able to give you more grit last time. that the chat had reached their maximum and couldn't give you more grit. So
I needed every single little bit of grit that I had last week. I'm very grateful to you, chat.
Okay, so this is what happens. You guys, you're moving. Alf and Lucille, like Alf is basically feeding information to Lucille, and Lucille is making decisions on the spot using like her years and years of practice, like sneaking through like guarded areas to like know like instinctually like when you guys have to duck around and when you don't. And so with that, you guys are actually able to make your way through pretty well. You make pretty good progress. There's lots of explosions and lots of gunfire. So like every like 30 seconds to 3 minutes, anywhere within that bracket of time, 6 to 12 soldiers like speed march like past you, like kind of like at a jog as they start heading towards the sound of explosions. And you make it a pretty decent amount of the way. You actually finally wrap around that big facility, that Gus and Eloise were held in. You are able to wrap around it and start heading south. You no longer are heading east, you are now heading south. Alf informs you that you were just a couple sectors away now. And at that point, what happens is Eloise and Gus get slightly separated as just based on like as you guys come around a corner, like Lucille gives a command, Dex, Porter, and Alf like dive in the right direction. Eloise and Gus, like still like having like they're just coming off their injuries, are just a little bit too far behind, and they get slightly separated, where basically you have to split for a second, and then because you had to split, when the next patrol like immediately follows that one from another angle, like those ones were heading like from the east, and there's a one heading up from the south, and so you guys have to split even more to avoid that. Lucille is like watching you and being like Alf's like, there's another one, and Lucille's like, okay, Eloise, Porter, or Eloise, Gus, you gotta stay there and move on my watch. You head east, you head west immediately on my watch. There's some barrels there, you get behind those. Wait, 3, 2, 1, now. And like because of that, she's able to like direct you, but you guys actually get split a little bit. And Dex and Porter and Alf are going to have a clear path, basically. Eloise and Gus, however, are going to have to roll one more sneak test. And this is kind of where it's going to be a little interesting, because there's two things going on here. Eloise gets her stealth drone into the mix. You guys still are getting instruction and help from Alf and Lucille. So your skill is still 13, and then your target is still raised, this time by 2. And then what I would do is I would say your stealth drone would give you even more bonuses, because you would have extra eyes on people. But the problem is Gus's misfire counteracts that. So as you get the stealth drone into the area, you have now visual line of sight on your Omni tool from the stealth drone as it kind of goes up in the air. You see where the soldiers are coming. And then like Alf is like relaying stuff, and Lucille's giving commands, and you get instructions, and Gus, you just straight up like you turn, and there's a low hanging like lamp by a door, and you are too big of a man, and you clock that thing with your head, and the bulb pops and shatters, and that breaking glass makes the soldiers stop and draw their attention there for a second, just long enough to like put that added bit of pressure on y'all, where you have to like be really quiet before you then move around those soldiers, as they don't like fully follow you. But there's like a moment where like they shine lights in your way, and Lucille has instructed you into the right spot, but if you move or breathe or make any more noise, you will be in danger. So I need one more sneak test from Eloise and Gus
At a +2, and then
at a +2.
-1.
Yeah, it's a +2 on top of your skill of 13, because Lucille is assisting you with follow my lead. Nope. Shoot. I dropped a die. Hey, you guys are up against a 6.
Woo! All right. 2 successes. Let's go.
Are we the aggressor?
You're muted, Addie.
You are.
I have a 6.
I have an 8 and a 6. We are literally like press up against the wall. Like,
Yeah, there's like lights shining your way. There's a brief moment where like Porter, I don't know what you do or if you do anything, but before you even have a chance to act on anything you would want to do, Lucille puts a hand on your wrist and looks to you and thinks directly at you, so only you can hear, "Don't. You'll hurt them more by trying to help."
I think Lucille is literally like a fraction of a second faster than Dex, about to do the same thing because Porter asked him to do this.
both of your wrists are grabbed.
Yeah, Dex, you turn back and you make eye contact with Porter. You see that Lucille is like looking at him and holding his wrist.
I can tell when someone's having a telepathic conversation in front of me.
Y'all are like the children in the museum in Ferris Bueller.
And 2 soldiers start moving forward, shining a light. They see the broken bulb. They keep moving. The shadows that you guys are hugging to start parting as their flashlights get closer. And then there's another explosion. And then the person in charge of the squad goes, "We're running out of time. We got to move. Double time. Come on." And those two soldiers, immediately following commands, whip their guns off of the alley and dart north with the rest of the squad. And you're able to let out your breath and rejoin. Eloise, you only got one success there, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Noted.
Tommy will remember that.
Tommy will remember that. And with that, you guys are close enough where you can see a building ahead that Alf, as you guys kind of like hug into an area, Alf points and goes, that's the barracks where Black Star's staying, and their armories on the south side of that building. That's where your stuff is.
Can the turret see the area in front of the armory?
The turret?
The sniper on the mountain we left.
Oh.
Yep.
It has you can see part of that building. You can't see the entrance to the armory, but you can see part of the southern end of that building, and it has moderate cover. This is the part of the barracks. This is like basically everything that was east half of the barracks was going to be kind of hard for this thing. This is like the southern east like corner. So it has a little bit of line of sight to the area, but there's a lot of like other buildings and obstructions in the way to stop it from having a clean shot. But when you look through it, you do see, well, so one thing that's been going on is your turret hasn't stopped shooting this entire time. It has been following the progress of the team heading north and just like taking shots because Jess programmed it and you activated it. So it is shooting the available targets that are deemed the biggest threat based on her targeting protocols. And so as soon as you and like Dex like leave its line of sight, it just like reorients to the north and starts like shooting.
There's no way Jess Weaver does not have an RFID tag on her jacket, right? That like the gun tracks to, and if it can see any humanoid figures pointing a gun at that RFID tag, they jump to the top of the targeting priority.
Absolutely. Yeah. So like you have to like
Yeah.
override it for a second and make it look to like look in your way. It doesn't assess any targets and does go back to shooting people in the north towards the garage.
I'd like to keep it kind of in the bottom right of my vision, also so that if anybody shares my vision, they can kind of keep that same little window of observation from the outside.
Yeah, you see as multiple buildings that you had identified as like barracks and like housing for like the enlisted soldiers are on fire and partially demolished, and there's an absolute war zone happening there. You can at like just a quick glance, you see your team of mercenaries on top of one of those buildings, like blowing like shooting down and like raining hellfire down on soldiers that are trying to like move up on that position. And then like in that quick moment where you look, you watch as Jess like launches a zip line to another building, and they all hook onto it and start sliding along that zip line. And Arthur Ross is just like going backwards on it, just like
There's one thing I know, it's that a handful of waypoint drifters are as good as any army.
Whatever terrain they use for cover pretty much immediately like becomes unusable quickly, but then they just move to another part and they are not
You're
stopping.
just shooting your own buildings.
But yeah, you see the Black Star barracks, and with the stealth drone, I will say before the stealth drone even would have to roll any sneak tests. I assume you have it kind of up, trying to get good line of sight and stuff.
Yeah.
You see this part of the as you kind of got here, you notice that like the patrols got fewer and fewer. At first, it was like every 30 to 45 seconds, right? And then it was like every couple minutes, every 2 minutes. And then it was like 5 minutes between two like sets of soldiers heading north. And now, like, it's been about, we'll say, 5-10 minutes, and you haven't seen any more soldiers heading from this area. You think that you can see some activity on the walls way off in the distance. You can see activity. If you look for it, you see activity on and in the towers that make up the four corners of this garrison. But like this cluster of buildings in these like 4 sectors, it seems like all of the patrols in this area have been diverted to head north and west, because that is where a literal fucking war is breaking out, as buildings are being exploded and and soldiers are being mowed down, as they seem to believe that the threat to their garrison is there. And so this area is pretty much these streets, these thoroughfares are devoid of Brimstone soldiers, which is why you can very quickly identify with your stealth drone that it is not devoid of Black Star mercenaries, who seem to have set up to protect their barracks and nothing else.
Can we spot a way? Can we spot an approach that potentially avoids their watchful gaze?
Not, you are at the point where basically anything is a risk. They're not like, it's not like a super patrol. You just see a couple like down nearby the south side. You also see them in the windows of the garrison. Like they're around. They're not like posted up like standing guard or doing a patrol. They're all like, you just see like occasionally a glimpse of one that like is by a window, or you see a couple that are like around, like just checking outside for a second before like, and like having a cigarette and like looking around. And like a couple of them, what you do see for certain is there's 3 of them that are looking over towards where the fire and smoke is, like way off in the distance, and like they seem to be talking about it as they're like sitting there like drinking out of a flask and like smoking. Like they don't care that soldiers are like dying about like 2,000 feet away from them. Like they're just like enjoying. They're like you think like they might even be placing bets on how many are gonna die. That's how cavalier it looks like they're having. They're like by a barrel that has like a little campfire in it, and they're just like watching the chaos.
Bastards. So the sniper turret is in a different direction from where we are, right?
It doesn't have a great shot on where we are. It can see it, but it.
So what I'm thinking is, so I mean, there's people standing around. Even if we can take shots at those people and get their attention looking elsewhere, maybe it opens up a possibility for us to sneak around the other side.
Is that a possibility of like shooting people that they can see?
So these 3, the 3 that are just like standing out in like the southern left like corner or southern western corner of this building, kind of like looking northward. Those 3 that are just kind of out there, they have cover from the gun. You could take a shot at them and potentially take out one of them and draw their attention. But like they're not going to necessarily know exactly where that shot came from. They're going to just know someone got shot.
I guess my original question, I don't need a sure thing of avoiding them, but can I spot like any potentials? Like I'm fine with risks.
Yeah, basically what I'm saying is at this point, from where you are to the armory that you're trying to get to, you would require sneaking or open fire, because there's enough eyes in enough windows in enough alleys that like at this point it's just there's not one route that is better than the other, because they seem to be just relatively 360 line of sight on alert.
Okay.
Go
ahead, Porter.
If we try and sneak, and one of them sees us, I could try and get him with a sleeping tonic before he can alert anybody. I still got some grenades.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
I
say
say go for it.
follow Lucille's lead. Then
Yep.
if things go sideways, we'll deal with it.
Okay. So I will need one more sneak test from everybody.
I have a question that feels important given the relatively low dice pools. People are some of our party are rolling. You can make your own luck before you roll the test.
Yes,
Does that change the
Yes.
misfire calculation?
it does.
I would have to make my own luck twice to change the calculation.
I'm not saying please do this. I'm clarifying for myself if it's an option.
It is.
Yeah, you can make your own luck before the test. Go for it.
I
I'm gonna have
can't.
to double down.
I'm not allowed. I roll 5 dice.
Well then, shucks. Do we get any bonuses, or is it just the 13?
So you have whatever personal bonuses you might have from gear or negatives you might have from gear. You have the target of 13. At this point, Alpha is no longer able to help you. However, you do have a stealth drone, which can help a little bit. Mostly because like they're not on a patrol that you're like trying to dodge or anything. Like you're literally just trying not to get spotted. Like it seems like everywhere you look, there's like, if you look at a spot long enough, there's a point where a Brimstone person just like pokes a head out and is like, or a Black Star person like pokes a head out and is like, anything? Oh, look, there's still fire over there. Like this is an active area where everyone is kind of on alert, waiting for like something to happen. So you can kind of get some info from the stealth drone. So I'll put it at a +1, and then Eloise's misfire will be this. Oh no, Eloise didn't get a misfire. Eloise got a single success. So Eloise, it's not a misfire. This is what it will be. Everyone will get a +1 from the assistance from your stealth drone. You will get a -1 instead. And I'll give you this also. If you want to take a -2, everyone can get a +2. But no matter what, you're at a -1, because basically you are like, this thing is something you kind of crafted on the fly. Tell me what it looks like, by the way. But you crafted it on the fly. The controls are a little bit like unresponsive because you had to cut some corners, right? And so like it is slightly distracting for you to put it in positions that are useful without leaving yourself out in the open. Basically, like instead of like being able to do it really smoothly on the fly with all of like the maneuvering programming that you wanted to put in this thing, but in its original design, you had to cut that corner. So like you have to like stop and like manually move it and then like keep moving. And there's a risk that like you stay too far behind your team, or you like duck in a corner for too long and someone like looks around and sees you. Those kind of things. So you can try and help your team even more by getting a -2 and giving them a +2, or you can just stick at a -1 and give them a +1.
So what it looks like, it's actually a prosthetic that goes on my armor. It's a hand. So so it folds up off of my hand. It matches my other gauntlet. And then there's like nodes on my fingertips. That's how I control it.
Dope.
Like going like this. And then it's like bzzz. Or it can walk too, which I love.
I love that.
Yeah. I think 13 -2 is 11, plus 3 for the photo replicant poncho is 14.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
So -2 would be a 13. Dex is gonna be so mad. but I think I'm going to take that -2.
Okay.
Dex is mad.
He
Just
doesn't
love
know. He doesn't know yet.
Dex is mad and he doesn't know why.
I just
Okay.
amazing. The +2 helped out tremendously.
Okay,
I hit my new target of 14.
that's great.
Okay. Y'all are up against a 12.
Are we the aggressor?
You are.
Okay.
Eee.
I have a 12. Just one. It is the thing that they rolled.
Just
For the
scraping
third
by on
time in a
every
row.
test.
God damn.
I rolled
That's
a 12 and a 2.
2 successes for Dex, I saw.
Yeah, I have 2.
What about
I
everyone
got
else?
a 12 and a 14.
Okay, that's 2 successes for Porter.
Arr.
1 for Gus. I got a 14.
1
Come
for
on,
Gus and 1 for
guys, get
Eloise.
it together.
I rolled 2 times at this. What do you want?
They've been tortured.
Yeah, this is real. I mean, come on.
You're not even exhausted anymore. Come on.
I am still exhausted.
He was
I
double
treated
exhausted.
that injury.
I was double exhausted.
Oh, that's right.
Okay.
I'm
So,
old.
Eloise and Gus each got 1 success, which is a partial success.
I hate the way you're building up. No, okay. I'm spending 2 grit. Full success.
Gus is spending 2 grit for another success to twist the knife.
That's right.
Okay, that's 16 grit for me.
Ugh, I hate
Jesus.
every word out of your mouth, Tommy. They all just suck for us, and for me in particular.
Do you guys want me to spend 2 grit and go down to 3?
Be 4 for you. You're at
I'm
6
at
right now.
5 right now.
Did you make your own luck and I missed it?
Yeah.
17 grit for me.
I think it's worthwhile. We all have a full success. We can all get in, maybe.
Okay. I will go down to 3 grit.
We can quit scraping by on these and just
I don't
do
think
it.
the chat can actually give me any more grit, so this is it.
No, what?
I think you're limited to 4 grit a session per character.
Oh, really?
That's
Yeah.
brutal. Who set up those rules?
I did. I did 2 years
Oh,
ago.
no.
Change those rules.
Her
To the heart
petard.
of the team.
Her
and
Damn you,
petard.
Daddy.
Okay. So here's what happens. Following Lucille's lead, working with I guess mostly just following Lucille's lead and working with Eloise's stealth drone, you're able to swing around the north side of the building down south, and basically you end up in a position where you have line of sight onto those 3 mercenaries, and you can hear them. They are in fact like being like, so how many do you think they're gonna get? I don't really care how many they're gonna get. Do you think they're gonna make it out? Well, if these are the fuckers we fought in the mountains, I would believe it based on what I've heard. And they're like, yeah, militia's a bunch of fucking hacks, and like they're just like going back and forth and talking about it, passing around a flask, and every once in a while like looking up into windows and like making sure nothing's happening, but mostly just kind of like chatting. You guys have the drop on these 3 soldiers or these 3 mercenaries, but they have a pretty clear line of sight to the entry to the armory, which is basically like a garage door with like it looks like some kind of manual pad next to it that can be used to open it. But that's like, as you guys get there, Alf goes, that's the way in right there. There's another way in maybe from the inside, but that seems less useful than going in from this side. But if we wanted to break into the barracks itself, we could probably access it that way.
I take a sleep tonic and load it into a gas grenade and hold it up, indicating to Dex. Grenade out.
It's a good trick, I say as I look towards Lucille. Pretty good cleanup.
Anyone that
Gus begins to put on a filtration mask.
anyone you don't
Sorry.
put to sleep, I'll be able to take down.
Let's go. We're still in initiative, so I can't just do this, right?
You can use your last turn in initiative to do this.
Might as well. And I'll flick my index finger, and the ring pops out. And I'm gonna do that thing. You know how you do in a video game where you hold on to it for the time release until
It's like beep,
it's gonna go
beep,
off right where yeah, exactly.
Throw it out. Go ahead and roll a range test for me to see if you can place it right in the middle of these three. And I'm sure you're going to get close enough to some of them that I should roll for their negate. And you can tell me what the negative is on that. I remember it being excessive.
Oh, it's pretty excessive. It's a -8.
Is there any negatives for them being surprised by it?
Unfortunately, no. No, they what they don't get to do is they don't get to run from the grenade before it goes off.
Right. That makes sense.
Yeah, they have no opportunity to be further from it.
Yeah, which means that they have to take like the full brunt of it.
Thank goodness for this finesse tonic that I took, because that does give me a whole other dice to this roll. Whole other die. I know what the singular is.
-6, you said?
-8, Thor.
Oh.
And I've got 3 successes on the range test.
Okay. So that gets you pretty much right on them. Not exactly where you want to be, but pretty much like right where you want it to be. It blows up just a little early, but it's got the momentum. It shoots the gas forward. Yeah.
Oh, he's got the 16 grit. He's just itching to use it.
I have
Burn
I have
hole in
18 grit.
Oh,
Yeah.
ugh.
Spend a bunch of grit so that these guys can be awake when we kill them.
The important thing is, so it's 15 for that one to go at strong, and then it's 12 for that one to go at strong. So everyone can get 2 grit. I'm going to use 2 instances of go at strong, because one of them actually just did it. He rolled a 2. But everyone else can get 2 grit as I make the other ones go at strong. And this is what I'm going to say happens. Porter, your grenade, you toss it and it bounces up off the ground and like starts like going like it like basically you throw it like kind of like almost like underhand, like a softball, and as you like do that, it flies forward with enough momentum, and then it like skips on the ground, and that draws their attention. And as it like skips off the ground, it starts like becoming like a column of smoke as it comes flying at them. And like the one that like successfully negated is going to like dive on it and stop its momentum so it doesn't get to his friends. He's like basically gonna like body block it. He doesn't like land directly on it and hug it to his chest. He like dives and it like bounces off of him and like loses momentum. And then another one is gonna like their training is gonna kick in and they're just gonna rush up and like kick it down the road. And the smoke like kind of like follows, and they're all like are holding their breaths and like pulling away. And they see all of you from the direction that the grenade came from. It is their turn next.
Mhm.
Wow.
in initiative because they go right before Dex. And
Sure.
I will say, like, the kicking of the grenade, the two that win it strong, that's what they do. They
Sure.
get the grenade out of the way. The one that that was able to like full on negate it, he gets a full turn. His full turn is going to be two things. One, they're here. Two, shooting.
This
Yeah,
absolute
sure.
bastard.
That's
Just for housekeeping purposes, I do use that gas grenade, but I don't use that tonic. Is that correct?
correct. Technically, you actually do with injection stuff and gas stuff. You do have to actually succeed. Oh no, sorry, no, that's not the case. Because you landed it, your attack was successful. They negated the effect.
Oh,
Yeah.
Sure. All right.
I do think I fucked up on my grit count though. I gave everyone that 2 grit. What's everyone's grit at?
And
5.
9.
7.
I literally had all of you at 1 fewer. So I was pretty sure I didn't give you guys the right amount. Okay. So we jump back to the top of initiative where something happens off of screen, and then the one mercenary gets his turn before Dex is up next. And that, as that mercenary draws his gun out and fires at Porter, Lucille, and Dex. That is where we're going to take a break. And we will be back as the bullets start flying here at the Black Star Armory in Brimstone Garrison. Ba, ba, ba. Oh, where's Seth? Okay, there. Hi, we're back. Okay, those of you who are just joining us, our 4 drifters are trying to break out of Black Star. They've sent some other drifters that they've hired up north to make a lot of noise and steal a vehicle, while they sneak to go acquire their gear from the Black Star Armory. Black Star being an illegal mercenary troop that is currently illegally residing in Brimstone Garrison, the militia garrison in Fort Dearborn territory. When we last left, Porter threw a grenade. I spent some grit so that it didn't work. And then the Black Star mercenaries got the alert that the drifters were here. And we jump back up to the top of initiative, where the one mercenary who was actually like able to like fully defend himself from Porter's grenade will shoot upon Dex, Lucille, and Porter. And Dex, you have the talent that makes it so that you count as having cover, which applies to this test.
Yeah.
And so
It's like everyone has cover.
yeah, right now I have a 10.
I got a 13.
Okay. What about you, Porter?
Ooh. Trying to dodge, right? Oh boy. Yeah, that's -2, so that's supposed to be 10, which means yeah, I got a high of 7, so he gets me.
A 7?
Hmm?
Interesting. If I spend this grid, it only affects Porter.
Is it really worth it?
But you
I mean-
spotted all 3 of us.
I'm going to spend 2 grit. Porter, you get 1 grit.
Man.
Play to the gallery, so I can count this 11. You said you had a 7?
Yeah.
My dear Porter, you take 18 damage for armor piercing.
Okay.
And you can either take an injury or you can take the hit in your very good armor that I know you have.
No, I think I need the armor for later things, because I really don't want to be at a -2 and only have 2 hit points right now. So I'm gonna roll for that injury, and buckle up, y'all. I mean, it's not gonna be an arm, but it is gonna hurt.
How many times do I have to both twist the knife and punch it to make it arm worthy? I'm not going to.
Also, you've got
Don't forget your toughness. You have a lot of it.
Oh
Yeah,
right,
it should
I did actually forget my toughness.
tier 2, I think.
I think it's still worth it, because then that would put me down to 6 hit points.
Oh, yeah. I'm saying I think your toughness is
Yep.
enough that you reduce the class of the injury.
Absolutely, that's super.
Do you have 4
helpful.
toughness?
I do have 4 toughness,
Yep.
so that's a class 2 injury.
That makes it a class 2
God,
injury and
thank
not a class
God
3
for
injury.
you. Man, I love when people know how to play this game. It's so cool. I'm just rolling 1 die, correct?
Yep. Unless you have other injuries, which I do not believe you have.
I really don't.
Where would you have gotten them?
It's
If anyone was going to
14.
do it, it would be Porter.
Your boy's exhausted. Me, I just showed up to the fight and I'm exhausted. It took fucking Gus weeks of being held prisoner and tortured to get this point.
Yeah, what happens is your armor soaks all of the damage, but it does like completely knock the wind out of you. Like you get like right in the diaphragm. Like, you've worn armor and you've been shot a few times in the armor too. But like, you aren't a fighter, and so like, you've had a little bit of downtime. You've forgotten what it feels like to be shot again.
Yeah.
And so like, you were not ready for it, and the bullet just like clips you right in the diaphragm. All the wind immediately evacuates, and it takes a second before like your muscles untense enough so you can actually take a breath. And that is like made you lightheaded, and is gonna like have you on the back foot, and you were just exhausted from here on out.
I do have to like stand back for a second with my arms above my head to catch my breath.
Yeah, so this soldier shouts out, "They're here," goes da da da, shoots off a burst. Dex dives, Lucille dodges, and Porter soaks the hit in his gut. And we move on to Dex's turn.
I shoot him.
That makes sense. Well, there's 3, but yes, you shoot that guy.
You know which one.
Oh, he rolled pretty good for his defense. We double check his armor to see if it gives him negatives. It does not. He has a 12.
So he takes. I have a 14.
Okay.
He takes 16 damage, no armor piercing.
Yeah. He doesn't immediately go down, but you raise up one of Black Star's, right? Pistols, and you fire it on him cleanly with one hand, with showing the skill that only a gunslinger can have, as it blares loud and proud, this like red hot heat like flying out of the barrel, this kind of like greenish yellow red, like kind of like in an ombre, as it's like, and it clips that dude right in the armor, like shattering his armor at that spot, and blood shoots out. He's still alive though.
I shoot him again.
Okay, now he has negatives. Oh no. Oh no. Well, without me spending any grit, he has a 1.
I have a 12.
How many net successes?
It might surprise you to know that I have 3 net successes over a 1.
If I were to try and make it, say, a 9?
I would have 2 net successes.
Proceed.
He takes 24 damage, no armor piercing.
Yeah. Just these 2 guns like blare out, lighting up the area. And one hits him in the gut, and before he even really has time to react to that, like his body more just kind of like moves a little bit with the shot, and his like foot steps back 1 step, and like as he's about to like bend over in pain, the other shot rings out, clips him right through the throat, blowing off part of his throat, and then he just spins and falls down dead.
I had him.
I think Dex actually laughs out loud at that in the middle of this gunfight.
Oh, I love it. Okay. Gus, oh wait. Nope, other things are gonna happen. Two windows are gonna swing open at the center. Just ching ching, the like armored shutters on these windows pop open, and someone leans out and is gonna blast a shot with a shotgun at all of you.
Okay. I benefit from light cover, and so he must take a -1.
Cool.
And I'm gonna bamboozle him 3 times.
Oh. 13 grit for me, you say?
Also, I've never asked this. If somebody shoots at you and hits you, is it still a -1 to your next dodge test?
Yeah, if you dodge, every time you roll a dodge test, it's because it becomes incrementally incrementally harder
Incrementally.
for you to continue to dodge bullets as more bullets are sent your way. Bamboozled 3 times, you say? To shreds, you say? Did it have to be 3?
I mean, he said it.
All right, right now he has a 6.
Hey, that gives me 1 success.
Cool.
You say a 6?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay.
I got a 14.
I have 2 10s.
All right.
Okay, I'm not spending grit. Yeah. The shutters chink open up and a mercenary leans out and fires off a shot. Spread shot flies at all of you, but all of you are able to like kind of scatter and it like barely misses you. And then another window is going to open up, and one soldier is going to shoot at y'all. 3 of you with a burst. Who's it going to be? He's got Porter's 1. Dex is 2 and Gus is 3 because he's bigger.
I'm sure you remember, but it's fun for me to say. I benefit from light cover, so he's got to take a -1.
Yeah, okay, got it. Thanks for the reminder. I have a 10.
I got a 13.
I'm 8.
Yeah, I gotta go it strong. Otherwise I'm screwed. And that gives me 12.
Okay.
For those of you at home, go it strong means that I ignore all my negatives. The more you know.
Okay. So everyone succeeded out that? Everyone who was shot at succeeded? Gus?
No,
What'd you get?
I got an 8.
Oh, Gus. That's 12 damage with 4 armor piercing.
With 4. That's rough. Okay. I take it.
Yeah, just a burst just out of like one of the other windows as 2 more shutters pop open. And this guy takes shots down at y'all. That is the turn for the mercenaries for now. It is now Gus's turn.
Cool. I'd like to open this up by making a resilience roll.
Okay.
Okay. Rolled a 15, re-rolled it, and I rolled a 15. So cool. I gain shine equal to the HP that I gain. Is that right?
Yep.
Gain 2 HP, 2 shine.
Cool.
I pretty low on initiative.
This is your last turn, and then Dex will get 1 more turn, and then we are rolling initiative again. And as far as you know, the 2 remaining people who were outside also will get a turn before Dex. There could be more people as part of that initiative. You don't know how many soldiers how many mercenaries you're up against, but You know that
Sure.
those two acted on that initiative slot.
No, that's fine. Is the shotgun guy near me?
No, he's up in a window on the second floor. So like relative, but the two that are like nearest you are the two that are outside that kicked away
Oh no!
Porter's.
Oh no!
grenade.
He's 10 feet up.
Yeah.
I asked if he was near me, and you said no, and that's a lie.
He's also
Uh,
inside.
You said he leaned out the window.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, to get at him, you
I
gotta.
want to reach up. I want to grab his shotgun. Can I jump up and grab his shotgun?
Absolutely, yeah. It's gonna take an athletics roll and a quick action to attempt.
Cool.
But yeah, I guess you're not trying to like maintain control of it. You're trying to like toss this thing on the ground, right?
Yeah, like just get it away from him. Break it over my knee if I could, but if that's harder, then that's fine.
Hey, get like 7 successes on athletics, and I'll just have it happen.
All right, deal.
But
As the children would say.
yeah. So this is gonna be an athletics test. I'm gonna give you. It's opposed. It's gonna basically it's kind of like a college shot. So I'm giving you a -2 for it. You can roll out. Actually, you could. It's yeah. Well, we're gonna make it athletics and a -2. That way, we don't have to do athletics to make the height and then unarmed to grab the gun.
I'm gonna take a. Let me know if this is how it works. I'm gonna take a tactical stance, so I ignore the called shot penalty.
Yeah, sure, that's fine. You're just trying to like come up and smack this thing out of this dude's hand. Here, let me bamboozle you a couple times.
Yeah, if you want.
Yeah. I'll give you a 3 bamboozle.
Oh,
So you're at 10 grit now.
rolling at 14s only.
Yeah, that's why I had to bamboozle you. Oh, well,
Not my best roll.
it's okay. He rolled all successes. However, the highest is a 7.
Okay. Cool. Then my 2 8s and a 10 go through.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
My
Yeah.
4 and 6 do not.
You guys watch as Gus like runs up and like he's fucking playing rebound. Leaps up and fucking like just smacks that shotgun so hard that it flies out of this dude's hands and drops down to the ground. A decent away from everybody. He just like smacks it and just tosses into the night.
Yeah, he runs up, wrenches his shotgun, tosses it, and on his way down, Gus just sort of goes, "Get out of here, son."
Yeah, we can roll and intimidate. That was good enough. Roll and intimidate. I'm gonna give you a -4 because of
All right.
soldier conditioning and all that.
yeah, for sure.
Dikembe Mutombo a manifest over here.
What'd you get?
Pretty bad. I got a 9.
You got no successes.
Oh. Well, that's 4 successes.
That dude runs. He runs so far and so fast.
How the fuck did he jump that high? Oh my god! Oh my god!
Yeah, Gus lands. He turns to Dex. He looks delighted. He goes, "Lexar could change." Oh hell yeah!
Dex is like narratively laying down covering fire. That's not the lesson.
Gus does not hear willfully.
That dude grave misfired. He full on deserts Black Star.
Beautiful.
Gus, you're benefiting from illuminated powers right now, right? That's how your power,
Yeah, sure,
your muscle is so high right now, or your skills are so high. Yeah. So like, when you jumped up, there was like this burst of like red energy that like pulses from your muscles, and like you smack it out, and as you say like get out of here, boy, like this heat, this red flash of heat goes up your muscly neck and like above and like up your head, and like he just sees that as you like drop down and like perfectly land like you didn't just jump 10 feet. Like most people when they land, like they gotta like do like a right, you just fucking like just straight up bam. Like no need for recoil, nothing. And he like this guy, you recognize. He's one of the guys that ran away from the fight after you showed up as a comet.
Oh, that makes Gus feel so good.
And
oh my god.
and
Feels so good.
like seeing you glowing red again, he's like, I'm fucking out.
Nope.
I'm fucking done with this. This dude's about to fucking rip this building down with his bare fists. He runs away saying, "The comet! The comet!" I told you I wasn't lying. I told you. He disappears into the barracks and you'll never see him again.
Amazing. I am so sorry to do this, but that was a quick action?
Yeah, it was a quick action. Absolutely.
I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna punch another guy twice.
Okay, cool.
In a fit of glee.
Drop down, leap forward. You can get 2 quick strikes off on the wait, you're just doing normal because you don't have your fist weapons, right? You're just doing normal punches on one of the guys who's by the fireplace. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I have an 8. I have multiple 8s.
I got 3 above that. Which means that it's 18 damage, I believe. With 2 piercing.
Okay. He's still alive. But yeah, well, I guess you're using just your normal fist, so he'd be alive no matter what. He's still conscious.
Yeah.
As you leap forward and you just clock him like right in the face. He like hits the barrel, which like teeters and like embers like go out into the night sky.
Mm-hmm.
But he's still conscious.
And Gus says, Gus just turns and was like, think about yourself now. And he turns to the other guy and swings his last attack at this third guy.
Oh, okay. I'm getting bad rolls for Black Star today. They used them all up in the Punch Peaks. Obviously, this is the like second string, right? These people are the ones he had to call from. He had his A class on the.
Yeah, I believe he got to leave with
2.
4 of those guys.
I think it was like there was a pilot. Yeah, so I think
like
it was 3.
maybe.
It was 3, and one of them was one of the guys that just ran away.
Yep.
I have a 7.
Oh no. Oh no. How many of these can I count?
If your muscle is 17, you have 5 accuracy.
Oh, well, that's fun.
Not muscle,
It's 30.
unarmed.
Or unarmed.
Okay, cool. That's 30 damage, 2 piercing.
Do you think that that does it?
I'd be surprised if it didn't.
Yeah. So you say to that one that's by the fire, think about yourself now. And then you turn and with one swift haymaker, you clock that dude and his body doesn't just hit the ground, it slides and slumps up against a wall like 2 feet away from him.
Yeah, Gus turns, he points at Dex. He's going to shoot you. Make your move.
Roll another intimidate at a -4.
I'm sorry. Like, I'm not trying to take up this much time, but this is what Gus is up to right now.
If you are gonna be fucking nailing this many amazing hits, that's scary enough. You have a reputation with Black Star right now.
Here's the thing. Here's the best part of this, because I just remembered it. Gus isn't saying any of this because a motherfucker is mute. He is signing this as an intimidate.
Oh,
No, it's been long enough that he's
yeah.
no
Has
longer
it?
mute,
We'll go
I
ahead. We'll
believe.
go ahead and say the mute is gone.
Okay, all right,
The
all right.
side effects, I believe, are like short-lived effects.
Yeah,
right?
the thing is, technically, technically it would be a short-lived effect. It's kind of hard because I like extended the time for the sake of initiative type
Because we were
thing.
sneaking, yeah.
So if other people had short-lived effects, I think those are still in place. No, Eloise, your deafened is done. Gus, your mute is done. If there are other short-lived effects that I forgot, those ones we'll just say are still in place because we're kind of in a weird initiative like time stretch thing. But ultimately, I would have needed to give Gus even more negatives because Gus doesn't know much of the much sign language.
Oh, I guess that's fair.
That's true.
He knows
Damn, yeah.
some, but not a lot.
Yeah.
Okay. He has a 9.
He knows the sign language for punch. I didn't have any negatives, right?
It was a -4 again.
-4 again?
Yeah.
Okay,
These guys have been like they've been conditioned a bit.
gotcha. I'll yeah, I'm gonna play to the gallery. And then I'm gonna twist the knife. That's two net successes.
Okay.
It's not much, but I do something. This guy's near death.
Yeah, this guy who is still dazed from the punch sees his friend slam into the ground and fucking like a rag doll slam into a wall nearby, and sees you like square up against him and sees Dex's like pistols like smoking as he gets into position, and he doesn't full on run, but he seems basically frozen in fear. You don't think he's gonna take a turn next turn. Little Mark, stunned next to him. That is Gus's turn, yeah?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. The one who's in the window still. Oh, wait, no. It's not his turn. It's this guy's turn. He doesn't do anything, but a different window does open up in another, or not a window. Around a corner from a door that you guys had marked before. Two mercenaries are gonna run around. And they are going to take shots at. They're doing smaller bursts. They're gonna shoot at Gus and Dex, and Gus and Lucille.
I mean, I get it.
Hey Dex, is there anything I should know about the one that's coming at you?
I benefit from light cover, so he's gonna need to take a -1.
Got it.
You know, I keep forgetting about it.
Okay, so Gus and Dex, the one that shoots at the two of you, is an 11.
I will spend 2 grit to play the gallery,
I got an 11.
so I can count this 15. I almost heard 15 and my grit's in.
You got an 11, Gus? Okay.
Yeah.
That's 6 damage, 4 of which is armor piercing.
Okay.
And then there's one that's going at Gus and Lucille. So, or Gus, do you need to roll an injury or anything, or is it good for? I'm good to do this.
I'll just take it.
Cool. So Gus, the next attack against you is oh no. Is this gonna be better? Nope. 6. I have a 6. Oh, he's so contemplative.
That audio didn't come through.
What's up? What's going on?
I have a 6.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm fine.
All
Got
right.
3 successes over a 6. In fact.
So you watch as both Lucille and Gus avoid that attack entirely. Gus getting clipped a little bit by one of the other attacks. Yeah. I'm going to double down for those two. The one who's scared is still going to not do anything. He's going to pull away from you, Gus. You can punch him if you want. He's going to run from you, though.
Gus like raises a fist at him. It's like,
But you don't swing?
yeah, like sort of that like bully thing, a little bit of like,
Sure,
you know what I mean?
So everyone gets a grit, because I'm doubling down. And these shots are going to go Gus, Porter, Dex. Gus, Porter, Dex. But that's what it's going to be.
This is it's in between turns that because this is the second turn for them, but I haven't had a turn, so I still have all of my original negatives, right?
Correct. Yeah.
I hate that so much. I hate it.
You're up against
It's rough.
a 9.
I have an 11.
Beat that.
Thing.
I've got a 5 for the first one.
Okay.
We're rolling the second one as well.
I mean, we'll resolve your damage. So a 5 is going to be 6 damage with 4 armor piercing to you, Porter. Dex and Gus avoid it. Porter gets a little clipped.
Should only be like 2 hit point damage to you, right, Porter?
Yeah, that's right. 4. Because it's 4 armor piercing.
You have 4 toughness.
Damn it. Thank you. What the fuck is wrong with me?
I just thought, Seth, I love you. I just wanted to make sure you were doing the right math over there. I want Porter
thanks
to
for
stay alive.
We put a big safe code around the boy for a reason.
Okay. This next attack that is also targeting Porter, Dex, and Gus has a 3. I rolled many high numbers.
Same die rolled an 11 both times. Wants me to survive.
Hey!
I got a 10.
So one of the ones Addie and I made.
Cheaters.
Yes, we planned for 11s.
I've got a 2.
No,
Porter!
Porter.
You got a what?
Spend grit.
I mean,
spend
I
grit.
was rolling for 5s. It can't be more than 1, right?
Oh,
I mean, yeah, it's 6 damage with 4 armor piercing. So for you, that's
That's
2
just
direct,
more.
2 direct to hit point
You see-
damage.
Yeah.
it's getting chip damage over here.
What's 2 more?
To your hit points, kind of a lot. That means you definitely get a wound modifier.
You
Yeah,
don't
just
have
one.
a lot of them, Porter.
You
I
did
have one
drugs.
more.
Remember that
Thank you
time
very
you did
much.
drugs?
I won't talk about the drugs. I'm tired of hearing about the drugs.
You know what they say, drugs, no downside.
Okay. So that is their turn after the double down. It is now Dex's turn.
Okay. So we're I assume more or less like a short distance away from the door we're trying to go through.
Yeah. Free action to get to the door. The door is sealed shut as like a garage door, but yeah.
Yeah. I'm not necessarily going to it right away. Well, I'm gonna shoot these. I'm gonna shoot one of these guys who came around the corner, and they seem like they feel pretty good about themselves. No, it's okay. I got a 14.
I have an 11.
So that's 16 damage, no armor piercing.
Okay, still standing.
I shoot at him again. It's a pretty good roll.
This one I have a 9.
I just exploded this boy's whole pants, right?
Yeah.
16 more damage, no armor piercing. I have 2 13s.
Yeah. So almost simultaneously, Dex puts his guns together, and that person flies back as both slugs hit him right in the chest. Flies back, like knocks over a barrel, crumples to the ground, dead.
I'm gonna double down.
Okay.
And I'm gonna shoot at the other.
He has a 6.
That's a good roll. I could keep going, but 24 damage, no armor piercing.
Dead in one shot.
And then with my other quick action, I take one of these light shields, drop it on the ground, and whoop, there's a bubble shield around us.
Create a bubble that protects the door, basically, is the plan.
I mean, not everyone. Nobody else has initiative, right? Like we're stuck in this spot.
You're
for a
about to
second.
roll initiative again, yeah.
Yeah, I drop it right here. I have another one if we need to protect.
What is the size of that? Was it a small, medium, large?
It's a light shield.
Okay, let me look it up real quick to remember exactly.
It's not huge, but they have to shoot it first.
Mm-hmm. Shield generator. Oh, good. It's 20 feet in diameter no matter what. So you get basically you toss it down in front of you, and you can toss it down in a way that covers
Like the distance we have to cover?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. Then I move up to the door.
Yeah. You are able to toss it down. It covers basically you can toss it. You're skilled enough at throwing things and shit.
It's balanced even.
Yeah. You're able to toss it in a way that's it's designed that way. So I'm not gonna make you roll for it. Like a frisbee, you toss this shield out. This shield that could be put on someone's arm. It spins out, and instead of attaching to someone's arm, it drops 2 little legs, drops down, and this energy film, this like kind of with a bunch of like hexagons within it, like kind of like making the like holding the energy together, forms. And you're able to set it up in a way that both covers where you and everyone are standing right now, and covers the garage door that you need to get to, but blocks you from all the windows.
Great, I love that.
And then you can run up to the garage door like at the ready. So yeah, Dex just shoots one, and then in the blink of an eye holsters one pistol as he fires the other one right in between the eyes of one of the soldiers. She falls down, and then he just, as he's running out, just tosses out this little like floating disc that lands down, and then creates this energy field. You guys kind of feel this, like you feel your hair stand up for a second as it passes over you. And then like forms this energy field behind you and in front of you. You guys now have an area that is protected, not like infinitely. It's still they have to shoot through it to break it, but like right now you are protected.
It's a little temporary corridor of safety.
And that is particularly hilarious for me. Because someone off screen held their turn.
Do
Nah.
it. Do it, coward.
And now they have to decide if they're gonna.
Yeah, show me where you are.
Yeah. Okay. So as the shield lights up, there's no soldiers outside. There's only the ones in the windows who are like pulling back into cover. You hear as like other doors open and shouting happens. Like you can tell that you're being converged on by multiple like enemies. And then you hear from up top. It's a 3-story tall building, and right up at the top, like on the roof, you hear, "I fucking knew it. I knew you wouldn't be walking out of here without your goddamn shit. Drifters are so fucking predictable." And like braced up against like some machinery up there, you see Henry Fawcett lean down from the rooftop and take a shot with his big fucking proto-martyr laser gun, which shatters the barrier instantly. And then it's double barreled, so the second shot, it's going at Dex, I'm pretty sure.
Well, I hate to be that guy. He does have to roll the first attack because it has a health threshold.
Yeah, it's 15 is all it is. It's 15 damage he has to hit.
The reason I mentioned that he does have to roll it is because he could grave misfire and he just explodes.
Sure. He didn't grave misfire. No, he actually, in fact, got 4 successes. Okay. So the shield takes.
Yeah.
The shield.
The shield does its fucking job, is what it does.
Your shield takes 32 damage with 4 armor piercing. Or sorry, with 9 armor piercing, which kills the shield.
It kills the shield generator. Shield's totally fine. You can pick it up.
Yeah, it's still a functional shield. Yeah.
Right. That's fair game for anybody who wants it.
And then the second barrel below the top one lights up as he just like with like one, she's like and like carves through, and the shield like immediately like shatters and starts like enveloping around you. And then like as the one barrel like sucks in its laser, the other one shoots out another shot at Dex.
Okay. I ask, do I have cover from him in this position? It sounds like an awkward angle.
No.
Okay. I have light cover.
Okay.
I ask because I upgraded if I have.
Yes. Okay. Currently I have a 12.
I have a 15.
So even if I spend grit, can't make this better. Yeah, that's him. So yeah, he carves through and then shoots out again at Dex. Dex, you hug the wall and like dive, and like the ground around you gets like carved in like a curve as the laser tries to follow you before it dissipates. But you are safe from it. And Henry Fawcett is going to double down.
Okay.
So everyone gets a grit.
So I did get a grit from Packwalk. Thank you, Packwalk. You're the best.
Yeah. I'll add that now. I was waiting. It hadn't been your turn, so grit to Gus from Packwalk. So that puts Gus at 9 grit. He fires 2 shots with the laser, and then letting go of the trigger of the laser, he's gonna drop his hand down, pull out a pistol, and take 1 more shot at Dex with a quick action. So that he has a quick action to disappear. Oh, I think you're probably fine, Dex.
Yeah, me too.
I have a 9.
I have a 15.
Yeah, he fires one shot and then uses his other quick action to fully like envelop himself in the building. He runs out of sight along the roof. You guys lose track of him. And now we roll initiative again. Eloise, you crafted in the middle of the last combat. Oh wait, you have an Omni tool. Never
I have
mind.
an Omni tool now.
Never
I
mind.
only took 2.
Yep. That was it. I had forever ago wrote that you were at a -2 because I forgot you had your Omni tool back. So you're good.
Do we still benefit from McCoy's stuff, right?
McCoy's part of this fight, even though he's not here. Just
Hell
the
yeah,
memory, the
McCoy.
memory of that man.
You remind me what the benefits are?
You get a +1 to your target. You get +1 reliability on the roll. Fucking yeehaw, McCoy. I will spend 2 grit to play to the gallery. It's-
Gee, and come on.
I spent a grit to make my own luck.
I'm gonna spend 2 grit to play to the gallery.
Come on!
Oh no. Oh no.
Both of my rerolls were in 20s, man. 20s.
Oof.
Both of them. And my original roll was a 12, which was my target, and then a 14 and a 15. What do I do with that?
That sucks.
So mad.
Okay, I'm gonna have to spend some grit on this. How much grit did you guys spend though?
I spent 1 instance. So 2 grit.
You spent 2 grit on one thing.
Yeah.
Cool.
I also spent 2 grit on one thing.
Okay, so you're down to
I
4.
spent
I'm up to 8.
1 grit on one thing.
I spent no grit on no things.
Well, at least there's that. At least your rolls were so bad that you didn't like waste grit and make them even worse. Okay.
I mean, I guess I could have
Could
made
twist a
my,
knife.
I could make my own life. Oh, I guess I can twist the knife, can't I?
You could. What I'm going to do is everyone can have a grit. I'm going to play to the gallery for one set of initiative that I am doing. So that's 1 grit to everyone. And then everyone can have another grit because I'm going to spend 2 more grit to play to the gallery again on a different person's initiative. Because if I do
Back
that,
where I
I
started.
get 2 explosions.
Look, I'm gonna twist the knife twice so that I don't have an abysmal roll.
So that puts you down to 4 grit, yeah?
Yeah.
The 4 grit No, I gave you 2 of that 4 grit.
Only 2? Yeah. Don't
Yeah.
take credit for all that grit.
He made that grit on his own with his bare hands.
Well,
Some of
Bare
it
hands.
is fiddler undone, but just
Bare hands.
I made my 1 grit with my bare hands.
oh my god.
I either hate or love that.
I know, I can't tell.
No, this motherfucker is, he's designed to roll good initiative, but like this is just pure fucking luck.
Cool.
Okay. I'm pretty sure I know the answer, but maybe not. Did anyone get better than a 13?
I didn't.
Okay. 10. 7.
I have a 9.
I have a 7.
What is your awareness?
Not good. A 4. So not good.
Oh, you know, I also have a 7.
Oh, what's your awareness?
My awareness is 6.
All right. Eloise, what'd you get?
6.
Hey. That's pretty good.
That's pretty good for me.
Yeah. Were you using any powers or anything?
Not yet. It hasn't been my turn.
Okay. Cool. A window in the top floor is going to pop open, and Fawcett is going to shoot out of that because he rolled.
I love this like freaking Muppet Show, like ha, Henry Fawcett,
like-
bam,
It's
fuck.
like the Old West, like carnival game, right? Where you're like looking at sort of like an Old West town with your air rifle, and you're just like trying to shoot targets as they pop out of windows.
No, but I legitimately love it. I think it's so good.
I think it's great that this man can't resist showing me where he is.
He's gonna shoot at Dex again.
Yeah, of course he is.
It's time to meet the Black Star. It's time to pick a fight. It's time to kill the bad guys in the Brimstone garrison tonight.
I'll bamboozle him once.
Okay.
I got a 14.
Okay. Yeah, he's got a 7.
Okay. Man, I know it doesn't matter. I got 5 successes over 7.
Oh God.
It's a fucking good roll.
His next laser shot is going to come at you one more time, Dex.
A big surprise.
This one he has an 11 on.
I have a 12.
Yeah, I don't have any grit tricks for that. Okay.
Oh.
So yeah, the shutters open up and Dex dives and rolls and then like stops, and then the other one flies right over his shoulder, like almost like heating up like your cheeks as it like flies by. And then you pull down as he like pulls up, and you're safe from that one.
I think I shout at him.
Yeah.
Careful! Gonna run out of ammo at this rate.
And he is going to double down so everyone can take a grit. And then he's gonna whip out his pistol.
It's a fucking Metal Gear boss at this point.
Yeah. He was originally gonna shoot at Gus, but you just yelled at him. Let me roll for him real quick. He shoots at you, Dex.
Good.
Dex, love you. Appreciate you.
I have an 11.
Okay. This one he has a 12 on.
Okay.
So that is going to be 8 damage, no armor piercing.
I'll take a class 1 injury.
Yeah.
That is off balance. Man. I rolled so good at not getting shot this session. And it's such an important one, it turns out, to have been rolling good at not getting shot.
What's off balance do?
It is a -1 to my next test.
Cool. Yeah. So he fires off the 2 more lasers at you. You shout out at him. He pulls out his pistol, fires a shot at you as he slams the shutters shut. That shot misses you, but does like clip your armor, and it clips in a way that makes a really loud like ping as it like bounces off of your armor on your shoulder. And that's like right by your ear, and it felt like someone stabbed you in the ear for a second. So like you're like, oh, but you are unharmed. And then the shutters slam shut, and Henry Fawcett disappears. And 2 windows are going to open up, and 2 more soldiers are going to run around another corner behind you guys. So you have 4 people firing on y'all. It's single shots for 2 of them, which are going to be on one on Gus. They're both going to be on Gus. 2 people are going to shoot at Gus.
The dodge minuses reset when we reroll initiative, yeah?
Nope, you need a turn.
No?
Mhm.
That
I know.
sucks.
I'm right there with you.
Not even when you reroll.
Yeah.
Man.
You need to have regained your footing. You haven't regained it yet. They're continuing to fire on you at too quick of a rate.
My footing is impeccable. I'm a boxer. How dare you?
Prove it. 2 shots going at Gus, and then the other 2 that come around from behind y'all are going to be shots at Eloise and Porter. And Lucy.
Is that one guy still running?
Is
Is it his turn?
that
Guy
guy?
who I scared.
Oh, yeah. It's not his turn yet.
Okay.
All right, I am rolling for 2s.
Oh, no.
It just do good and then go out strong.
Okay, starting with Gus.
I got a 14, which is what I can count.
I have a 10, so you're good. Next one on Gus. It's another 10.
Got a 12.
All right. 2 shots ring out. Gus is huh, huh.
Gus's footwork is
You see-
impeccable.
His footwork is great.
Fucking dives, spins, and dives, and no one can keep up with you. Floating like a butterfly out there, Gus. So Eloise and Porter and Lucille, all 3 of you get shot by shotguns.
It's 2 attacks.
Yep.
Okay.
The first one is an 11.
I rolled an 11.
I guess I will, because I don't know about this. If I do that, sorry, I have to do some quick math. I can go it strong, but I have to make my own luck to get a number that I could go it strong with. So that would still leave me with one great.
Hello, it's me up in the corner.
Porter, how much do you trust me?
Oh, implicitly?
Don't spend your grit.
All right. I won't.
Okay, so L, you succeed at your test. Porter, you fail at yours. L, are you
I
doing
would
something?
like to deflect.
Remind me, do you
Shoot.
have the Aegis talent or not?
I do not.
Okay, so this takes 2 of your initiative away. You're trying to beat an 11 still.
I have a 13.
Cool. Yeah. Porter, you turn and you see these 2 soldiers rushing up on you. The first one fires its shot and you are just frozen. Like you weren't ready because you were already trying to clock the ones in the window. You were looking to see if Gus got hit. You're trying to figure out where Fawcett went because you've seen now the filament with your own eyes. You've seen it fire. You saw it. You looked up. You saw him posted up there on the ceiling. It is real. It looks like proto-martyr tech. Like you have seen high-tech weaponry, but like this is otherworldly. It is pure like science fiction. It is beyond like the type of stuff that people would normally be able to make on Manifest. Definitely proto-martyr tech. Definitely works because he just shot at Dex 4 times.
How?
And so like you see that, and you also see on his wrist the like little bracer, like the little like wristband that is like monitoring his pulse and reading his biometrics to the gun to prevent it from self-destructing. You see all of that, and so you're trying to like clock where he went, and then you turn because you just barely hear the footsteps like a moment before they shoot, and you're like a sitting duck, and Eloise just grabs you and shoves you down and just like pulls up her shield because it's your shield, right, Eloise?
This one is not my
It's
shield.
the Waypoint Armory shield.
I have the Waypoint Armory shield. I also have my shield under that one, but it's because it's collapsible. So I have 2 shields on my arm.
So like a bigger shield than normal, like almost like a tower shield. Like Eloise like steps behind it and like ducks down and is able to cover both you and her with the shield as just like that shot rings out, and then the other one swings a little to the left and is going to try and take a shot at both of you because it was 2 attacks.
Rolling for a 1.
I have a 10.
I have a 10 and an 11.
Hey, I got a 1.
It doesn't matter.
I got a. I couldn't make this up. This is ridiculous.
You can
I
go
got
it
a
strong.
1.
I have a 10.
No, I got a 1 and an 18 and an 18 and a 19.
I would like to deflect.
You're trying to beat a 10, Eloise. Don't forget your multiple
Jeez.
defense penalties.
I know. I have a 12. So I have to go strong. Or not go strong. I play the gallery.
Oh, okay. So I get that to count that 12?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So I've spent
Tower shield up. The first shotgun blast goes. The other one swings around the side, and she like moves you behind her and swings the shield into place, and then perfectly times it so that shotgun blast peppers against the shield again, and she's fine.
Thank you.
Okay.
See, I'm
Yeah.
fucking lost without you.
Dex, it's your turn. There's 2 mercenaries in the windows and 2 mercenaries who have attacked your friends from behind. You do see that Lucille did get shot a little bit.
Okay.
The second shotgun blast did hit her in the back, and she like stumbled forward.
Yeah, I'm gonna shoot at these guys who came up from behind.
Okay.
That's a good roll.
I have a 12.
I have two 12s and a 14.
Okay, no reason for me to spend grit then.
It's a fucking good roll.
How much damage?
You know how much damage, Tommy.
The 24?
It's 24. It's 24.
He's dead.
I shoot at the other one. Come on, baby. This is not as good. It is fine.
You're up against 10.
I have a 12.
Okay, how much damage?
I will go ahead and just twist the knife to be done with this person.
Okay.
It's 24 damage.
Cool. Also dead.
There's-
Two quick just shots, and those two guys with shotguns like almost simultaneously just like fly sideways together and slump to the ground.
And so there's two guys up in these windows, and these shutters I assume are like armored shutters. They're not just, he's not just like peeking out of a window like a fucking Snidely Whiplash and twirling his mustache while he shoots a laser at me, right?
So they are like the windows themselves are arched with a center seam, and they are the shutters are shut. Like I say they're shutters, but they're not like shutters like that they haven't opened them. They are closed. And what he's done is pop them open and take a shot and then pull them shut when he ran away.
Okay.
But these guys who are taking shots right now, they have moderate cover from y'all, as they have knocked open the shutters a little bit and are shooting out of that area.
That seems like a pretty good spot that they have right now, right?
Mhm.
Like it's good vantage point. It's where like you can see everything that's going on.
Yep.
I double down.
Okay, you are out of grip.
Yeah, I know. And how close are their windows to each other?
These two?
Yeah.
Oh, they're right next to each other.
Yeah. Sorry about it. I threw a smoke grenade up in their window.
Cool. Yeah, these I rolled. I thought maybe they were a little far from each other, but I rolled the best possible result for you. So they're right next to each other in the hallway. There's two shutters that they just popped open and shot out of together. You throw a grenade right up into the hallway where they are. You also get +1 grit from Argotlam saying 0 grit will not do.
I appreciate it. So that's 4 successes to throw a smoke grenade.
Cool. They don't really get a defense test. It just lands where you want and it makes smoke.
Cool. They're gonna have a hard time about that one.
Yeah, they're gonna have to reposition as the hallway they're in like starts filling with smoke, and smoke like envelops them and starts billowing out of the windows on that floor.
And then with my other quick action, I throw out the other light shield with the shield generator, and I make a temporary corridor of safety for my friends to follow.
Yeah, another shield lands almost right next to the other one. Just
If I can land it on top of the other one, I do.
you do. These are balanced, and you are extremely skilled. You land it right on top of that thing, and then just that shield reconstructs itself with like kind of hard light by these like hexagonal connecting points, and all of you are behind that shield now.
And then over the telepathic link, I'll say, we gotta get inside. We're sitting ducks out here.
Lucille is going to run up to the spot where the armory door is. And she is going to get there, start working on it, and then turn back towards Eloise and go, honey, I could use a hand here. This is a bit beyond me. And what she is going to do is spend her turn assisting you ahead of time.
Okay.
Because this is not her forte.
Okay, I'm on my way.
And you will get a +3 from her. As she basically
That's a good
what she has the ability to do with her Omni tool, she like whips out her hand and it detaches from her wrist, and like those like kind of like self-actuating like coils come out, and she starts like moving her fingers a little bit, and she uses that to like completely and like very cleanly remove the front of this thing and expose like all the wiring. And that's when she realizes like it's not something that she can just like hot wire. This is not a skullduggery roll, this is a technology roll.
I did this without an Omni tool earlier.
You
It did not feel good, but I did
electrocuted
it.
yourself a little bit. Cool. So that is her. And now so the guy you scared, Gus, is going to run inside. That is that is what that person does. And then
can I yell at him?
you can.
Or you've got something else clearly.
I was just saying, as he runs inside, someone else runs outside. And there's one coming from that angle and one coming from the other angle. They will have to spend a quick action getting inside the bubble. And Blackstar is not that well trained or smart. So the one that's nearby you, Gus, is going to try to stab you. And then the other one is going to try to shoot Lucille, because Lucille is at the door. Nope. Porter and Eloise are too close. He's got to decide who he's going to shoot between Porter and Eloise. It's probably going to be Eloise.
I do yell at the guy who ran in. Hey, that's where we're coming, bud. That ain't where you want to be.
Well, he doesn't. I mean, you can say that. That's not necessarily true, but yes.
We're coming inside.
But no, you're trying to get in the armory, which is like kind of like a garage, basically, that has.
Oh, he went somewhere else.
He ran around the building towards like doors where people are coming out, where people are filing out of right now.
Oh, okay. Well, then I don't know.
You can still yell it. It's still not entirely false.
You're
It's
going
just
right. He ran left.
yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Better keep running there.
Eloise, you're getting shot at by the one who comes in from that side. Gus, you're being stabbed at by the one who is at close range to you. And I pray for that boy.
I didn't roll very well. He might be all right.
Well, for Eloise, I rolled terribly. I have a 6.
Oh, okay. I have a 10.
Yeah, Eloise, you're ready for this. You see where they're coming from. You push Porter full on off of yourself and then sidestep away from him. And you watch as like the barrel follows, and you keep yourself open because you're trying to like draw the fire. And then like right before the person pulls the trigger, you whip up the shield. It's like a little heavier than you're used to, so you gotta like put your whole body into it. But you get it up and ping, and the bullet flies right off of it. Gus, this poor boy is going to try and stab you, and I can only hope that you have enough negatives that he can do something with it. He can do something with it. He has a 13.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I think I gotta go at strong to count this. I don't think I can play the gallery on this. I gotta. I'm gonna go at strong.
Okay. Which gives you what?
A 14.
Gotcha.
And which I do use to counter punch.
Okay. So I was gonna do this when I thought I had one net success over you, because I had a 13 and a 14, and I completed the gallery for a 14. But you started you started talking out, which is fine because I think so. Technically, I have to do it first, right?
Yeah.
But I didn't stop you from saying it. But I was gonna do it anyways, regardless.
Okay.
So like I thought, I'm like, man, he's gonna say 16, and I'm gonna have to decide like, oh, dude, I was gonna spend this 14 when I thought, but I never got your actual number, right? that
I got a
had.
14. So
What was your highest
so
before?
you tell me which. Or my highest before was an 11.
Okay, yeah, that would have eliminated my other 2 successes, so I would have only had the 1, and then I was gonna want to spend the 14 to get that 14, which would explode, which probably won't matter. It doesn't. And so I do 2, which gives you 1, and then you do 2, which I guess you don't have to do 2.
I mean, yeah, because then the 14. He still hits. And so
He's still hit, but you'll eliminate
no
my
point.
13. Is you'll take away one of the.
It's fine. It's a knife.
Sure. Okay.
I'm not gonna spend.
So you
3
keep
grits
so you
to
keep your
reduce
grit. You
this
keep
by
your
a
grit. I get 2 next successes over you then.
Yeah.
Sorry,
I
sorry, I
get
didn't.
an extra grit.
Yeah, you're at 11
grit
grit
on
right
me.
now. Yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry, I didn't catch you before you had finished saying it. I was
worries.
waiting for you to say a number. Okay. So that is going to be 8 damage, no armor piercing, but your armor is going to take an additional 2. So your armor, first thing that happens is your armor takes 2 damage, and then 8 damage lands on you with no armor piercing.
Yeah, I've had serrated. I know serrated. I know how it goes. 8 damage, you said?
Yep.
Plus 2 armor piercing?
No armor piercing. There's no armor piercing.
Right. Plus 2 to 2 armor.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
You get another grit, Dex. Carnaxis agrees with Argentlam. You need more grit.
Thank you.
Y'all
I'll
are
use
the
this.
best.
We played a session without chat, and I was like, "There's no one to ask for grit."
Okay, you just take it, Gus.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this soldier runs up, sees you like right there as he's running, like pulls out like a combat knife and like gets right in your space, like gets right in your box. And as you pull back to like block, he just like cuts across your arm guards, like cutting them up. But that's his whole turn. Yeah, that's those mercs. I said 2 windows opened though. Right? Didn't I? No, it was just the 2 across.
No, 2 more.
The one guy
2
ran away.
out.
That was the other thing that happened. Yeah, 2 ran out and the 1 guy went back in. Porter, it's your turn.
I just want to make sure that it's my turn because I actually miscalculated my my initiative. I think it's actually one less than I said it was.
You have a 6 in initiative?
Yeah, I've got a 6. I thought I was at a 12, but I forgot that I was both injured and had an injury. Actually, I was injured in 2 different ways that gives me a -2.
All right, it's gonna be Gus's turn then.
Excellent.
I'm gonna go ahead and do something I ain't never done before. I'm gonna use a mentalist power. Gus uses 6th sense.
Yes, come over to the dark side. Yes.
Okay, that's a free action.
Yeah. Let's see what I can do. And it's how much is it now? 4?
It is now 4.
Yeah.
Yes.
Cool.
While he's rolling Dex, you get 1 grit from Boo, who says she also agrees with Argentlam and Carnaxis. You need more grit.
This is great. I love that you have finally hit the amount of grit you're allowed to give to everyone else, and now I'm here, baby. That's when fucking Fredo comes.
God, it's not that obscure reference, but it's a pretty obscure reference to an episode of Dropout TV that I fucking love.
It's so good. I spend 1 grit to make my own luck, and I get 3 successes, which, trying to remember, I wouldn't even know what a mentalist power does. It's +2 to my initiative and +2 to my defense tests.
Cool. Remember the defense tests. I will mark down the initiative. Wait, it's not Roman.
It's Porter.
It's
I survived this one.
I saw the disconnect and was like, oh, okay, Roman, I guess, and then it was Seth. Okay, yeah. Okay, I have marked it down, Gus. You now have the same initiative as Dex.
Hey, look at us go. Teammates, buddies, friends,
Fighting friends.
fighting friends.
What does it look? Hey, what does it look like when you use a mentalist power?
Yeah, I think Gus sort of like puts out his arms and like begins to like stretch and flex a little bit to prepare for the power to enter him like a somatic one does. And instead his neck cranes up and that red light extends out of his eyes and there's sort of a glow up into the air for a moment. And he comes back and he blinks a little bit as the light begins to fade from his eyes a little bit and he like sort of regains control of himself. And as he looks back down, his pupils have widened quite a bit, and they're darting around, taking in information at superhuman speeds.
Oh, yeah. And then what?
Oh. And then I punch this guy. I'm in an offensive stance.
I got
Oh, honey.
bad news for this person.
Yeah.
I have a 2.
What a roll to. God. You want to hear what I got over here? My lowest is a 13. I got 13, 14, 16, 16, 16.
That's probably fine for you because you
I
have
think you punched this man to the moon.
I punched this man in the moon.
how much damage is that?
I got 5 accuracy. It's 7. It's 35. Oh goodness gracious, that's 35.
Is this are you using your free punch or because you still had that melee weapon, so I was like I suddenly realized that if you wanted to use that's a focused action unless you carry a big stick.
Gus like has this melee weapon. It's comfortably on his back. Like yeah, I can do that. But
Sure. You're just full on boxing right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so how much damage?
I'm trying to knock folks out. If Gus gets desperate, it's gonna be bad. That's 35 damage.
Yeah.
A 2 piercing.
So oh okay. Yeah, so you pull up your dukes. This guy cuts and shreds your arm, like your forearm armor. You feel it like tug your arms to the side, and you realize like what he's done is like open himself up because he was just trying to go for your throat, right? And so he cuts across and opens himself up, and like you pull back. And then move to the side so that he stabs at you, but that was like a total feint as you just like pull around him, get directly behind him, and then just push right in the back of the head, and he goes flopping.
Oh, that's not sporting.
He
gets him right on the button. He turns, ducks, hits right here, which is a knockout punch every time.
Sure.
Except it's a knockout punch with the force of a horse's kick.
Yeah, he goes flying and then flops down unconscious.
Yeah. All right, well that's one punch.
Yeah.
One punch Gus.
You guys also see, anyone who's watching also sees like that little dodge that Gus did. Like there's this thing that happens where like in that moment where he like avoids that stab that he like anticipated coming, like there's a blink, like just a quick little like blink and you'll miss it type like flash of like these pins of red in his eyes, and it's almost like you see an after image of Gus in the spot where he was, and then he's over here, but it's like again like it's like 2 blinks and you miss it. It's like the light of the eyes and then this like kind of like red outline of where Gus was, and then that's not there and Gus is over here, and he just gets the guy nice and clean.
I hope that other guy heard that punch.
Are you running over to the other one that's in the bubble, or are you going somewhere else?
Yeah, I'm gonna hit this guy in the bubble.
Okay. Ooh, he got a 12. Good for him.
Oh, that's cute. That's really cute for him. Well, that doesn't help me. That's fine. My 12 goes through because I'm the aggressor, as does my 15 and 16. That's gonna be 21 damage to Pearson.
Just. Nope. Wait. Yeah. Just barely alive.
Yeah. Gus runs over. The guy like levels his barrel a little bit. Gus feints right to make him adjust. Sort of ducks around back under. Throws a left hook that takes this guy very unsteady. And then I'm gonna roll just one more punch, but like not a hard punch, just enough to knock him out.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to be doing permanent damage. He wants to be doing damage that he thinks about for a while.
Can he even count to 9 right now?
I'd be surprised if this man could count to 9 right.
I have a 4.
That's not good for him. Gus pulls this punch so that he doesn't feel 28 damage.
Yeah.
But he
Again,
gets
you see that like after image of Gus as he like darts out of the way and then just like like one of the gut, one across the face. That guy just falls down on the ground. Big dust cloud as he slams into the ground from the hit.
Everyone's still breathing though.
Everyone is still
everyone's
breathing.
all right.
He says that you are currently doing non-lethal damage.
Yeah, I'm Batmaning over here. It looks bad, but they're breathing.
Yeah. They fucking. My favorite part of Dark Knight is when he drives over like 5 cars with people in them, and I'm like, what?
Non-lethal.
I guess they're alive.
The Batmobile is non-lethal damage.
Yeah.
Right.
All right. That's it for you, Gus. Yeah.
Yeah, that's me. And then he goes over like by the door to like get ready to breach and clear with them.
Sure. Porter, it's your turn.
What kind of cover are we benefiting from right now?
You still have the bubble around you, which would have to be shot down first. And right now, no one is within the bubble, and also no one's peeking out of windows because there were 2 people who were peeking out of windows, and they are enveloped in smoke right now.
All right. Who is the nearest target?
Actually, at this moment, Porter, you don't have a target.
Oh, I love that.
Unless you want to blind fire into the smoke, you can do that. Otherwise, you don't have anyone. The last person you saw was the one who ran away and ran up the west side of the building towards one of the doors you know is there as another enemy came out of that door.
All right.
Otherwise, you know that there's a door on the east side of the building and a door on the west side of the building, both of which seem to be a place where soldiers are, or where mercenaries are just running out. Unfortunately, one at a time because they're very dumb.
Love that. No, that's just fine for me.
He really did bring the A team to the Punch Peaks.
Yeah. These guys were like, we got this. And then they did not. They underestimated y'all.
Am I last on initiative?
Yeah. No. Eloise
No.
will go.
No, you're second on.
I'm gonna hold my turn to see if she can get through the door on her turn.
Eloise, it's your turn.
Okay. I will.
This is your only bit of initiative. Because you deflected twice.
I know. I will use my last shine and overcast.
Overextend.
To use 6 cents. So I take
So that's what, 3 hit point damage?
3 hit point damage.
Okay, go ahead and roll it.
Yeah. Oh wait, that didn't count. Okay, I have 3 hits, and I will twist the knife to get that 4th hit.
Okay. So how much an extra initiative does that give you?
That's 2 initiative, and then it's a +3 to all defense tests.
So you watch a familiar sight as Eloise pulls, like she drops the shield porter and turns and looks towards Lucille. And as she steps, it's like her face is walking through a barrier of energy as her skin dries and cracks with golden light as her eyes glow. And she starts to move with just a little bit more speed. And she pushes herself beyond her limit. Like her skin like drying out and that light kind of cracking through, shining for a second as she activates her 6th sense, gaining extra initiative and extra defense. But that is a free action. What do you do with the rest of your turn?
I mean, I
Eloise?
move over and try to open the door.
Cool. It's a focused action to work on the door. It's going to be technology. It was at a -6. But I gave you, I think, a +3 from Lucille.
+3, yeah.
Yeah, it's only a -3.
Okay. Technology at a -3. But I have talents. Hold on.
Your Omni tool also helps you here.
My Omni tool also helps.
And
So-
I said it was a focus action, but actually, depending on how you roll, it will be
Sure.
that'll
So-
determine how much time it takes.
Does Gadgeteer maybe count?
No.
Or blacksmith?
No.
Okay.
I'd like to use my second use of motivational speaker
Okay.
to help her on this test.
What does Porter say as Eloise steps away from him and rushes towards the door?
You're pushing too hard. Get us inside. We'll be safer there. We need to find cover.
Oh, 5 dice now. I'm so good at.
So Porter, go ahead and roll your motivational speaker to assist.
Oh, that's a +5.
Oh. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. And I run over and with the paneling open, knowing where the stuff that electrocutes you is now.
Not this wire.
I rolled 6 hits.
Okay. So you hear the concern in Porter's voice. You look over at this man you've been separated from. He looks like he's been through some shit. He's not super bloodied, I don't believe. He hasn't been hit or anything, but like he crawled through a fucking like small pipe for like 30 minutes. Like his clothes are ruddy. His body is like caked in sweat. He is like gasping for air. He has pushed himself to his limit. And all he thinks about in this moment is, you are pushing too hard. I am concerned for you. And you just remember, like, you get like flashes like of the two of you like hanging out in Waypoint, working on some stuff together in like your suite, just like talking, hanging out at the bakery, him keeping you company when you occasionally picked up a shift at the LRC tower, stuff like that. All of that flashes forward, and you think for a second, like, he said we're going to be safer inside. I'm going to get us inside. And so you rush up. The panel is open. Lucille is waiting for you. You look in, and your hand with your Omni tool like stretches out, and simultaneously two things happen. One, a tool extends and like constructs itself out of your gauntlet into your hand, and two, a ring around your like forearm like pulses with energy, which makes this like direct like pinpoint EMP into the thing, which makes all of the circuits turn off for a second. And the tool you have is basically like a soldering knife that just like cuts through every wire during that brief blip of no power. And then it tries to turn back on and it can't, which then makes it release the hydraulics and they start going up.
Was that
You got
okay?
6 successes.
I feel like you net a quick action.
That was a free action for you, Eloise.
Oh. Okay.
The door opens up. It actually like really quickly flies up, opens up, and you see an armory about the size of like a garage. It's got a couple it's got like shelves along the outside, like and like cabinets and stuff. And then also like central there's like 2 like sets of shelves. You see a door on the other side that is also like locked shut that like leads into the barracks. And there's the shelves are not jam-packed with gear. They're pretty full of gear, but not like jam-packed with gear. This is not an extremely well-stocked armory. This is obviously like a secondary armory that has been repurposed just for Blackstar, and there's not that many soldiers of Blackstar left. Normally, this armory probably holds stuff for the people who are in this part of the base on the walls and stuff if they need to retreat and come back, and has been emptied out and given to Blackstar, and Blackstar just doesn't have the numbers to fill it up right now.
Okay. So we're in the place where the items we're looking for are supposed to be.
Yes.
Okay. I'm looking for 5 items. I'm looking for the gunslinger's guns. Dex's like the gun belt, and Dex's gun belt. Gus's bag of stuff. The gun, which we know isn't here, the proto-murder gun, and then the Shawshank.
Sure. Roll an observe test for me.
Okay.
We're gonna put it at a minus.
I'm not very good at this. Wait, hold on.
Have you read about this though?
I think I might have read about weapons organization.
You're at a -4.
Then I have definitely read about weapons organization. Military weapons organization.
You're using theoretically skilled
Theoretically skilled.
to replace your observe skill with your lore skill.
Yes.
You
Thank
read
you.
read a book by Lieutenant Marie Kondo of Fort Dearborn.
No, I think I literally just read a manual. I think I just read like a what's it called? The person who's in charge of
Quartermaster?
the quartermaster's manual, just for fun because somebody had one. Okay.
Boredom pays off.
Plus 30. Minus. Oh, well, that's gone forever. That's also gone forever. It's 4 hits.
Is there a hole in your table?
No, I don't want to talk about it.
All right, this is a focused action. Eloise instantly opens this door, darts in, and identifies the locations of all of those things.
Okay.
Pretty good.
She checks a couple places, and then she ends her turn opening up a cabinet, and in that cabinet you see Dex's gun belt. It has his guns, and it also has Caldwell's guns wrapped up, hanging next to them. There's a brief moment, Eloise, where you just thank Alana that
Nope, I don't. But
you thank someone.
I think that quartermaster's book.
You thank the powers that be that whoever took Gus's stuff didn't look at that bundle to see what was inside it. As it is still wrapped up exactly as you guys left it and hanging on a hook. Next to Dex's gun belt, and also just like all of like Gus's stuff is there, just like in his bag, and you know that the shank from Scruff is there, the shank named Shaw, everything. The only thing you don't find here, obviously, is the filament, the laser gun that Fawcett has, because he currently is using it. But all of Gus's stuff is here. All the stuff that was taken from all of you held up this locker. You had to open 3 lockers to find it, because there were 3 options.
He pokes his head in and he goes, "Is what stuff here? Oh, thank Alana."
Is there any way that I could have called my hand back onto my hand?
Your stealth drone?
Yeah.
I think it's just still up in the sky.
Okay. That's fine. Thank you.
All right, that's Eloise's turn.
Yeah. I found it. I found well, almost all of it.
Eloise is out of initiative. Porter, it's your turn.
I don't think that's correct.
Oh,
right.
How much you gained? 2, right?
I gained 2, yeah.
Eloise is not out of initiative. She is at 2 again.
I'm finished with my turn though.
Yeah. There are other entrances and exits from this room, correct?
The room that is the armory is basically a garage with a single door that attaches to the rest of the barracks, and then this external door.
Great. I am seeing where Fawcett popped out from. Do I know what floor he's on?
No. I mean
he was.
you
on
know
the
he
third
was
floor.
he was on the 3rd floor, but you have no idea where he is now.
Yeah.
He could still be on the 3rd floor. He could be somewhere else.
I think Porter is going to go toward the door that leads to the inside. Is that also locked?
Yeah. Well, at least from this side, it's locked.
Great. I'm gonna shoot it. With this explosive ammo, because we don't need to be quiet anymore.
You're going full Star Wars. You're shooting the panel.
Hey,
Can I
it's
shoot-
been known to work.
If I'm shooting the panel and that's what we're doing, then I don't need to use explosive ammo, but I'm trying to like bust through the door.
Oh, okay, yeah. Then okay, continue.
Excellent. All right, so it's my turn, which means my minuses are only 2 right now.
Mhm.
You
This is an unopposed roll.
The door, I imagine, will not dodge.
Correct.
It opens.
That would be the guy on the other side deflecting for the door.
That's 2 19s. 16 and 12. I'm gonna play to the gallery so I can count this 12.
I'm sorry to laugh at this, but this is fucking funny.
I think
All
that's
right, it's 2 successes.
It's wonderful and fantastic. I love it.
I am only good at things that involve me talking to people. Anything else,
You're also a good doctor.
you know, that's true.
So this is explosive projectile ammo you're shooting out?
Yep.
Yeah, so you put down the barrel of your projectile like tube, you load in a shot, you tink, boom, tink, and you shoot right where the hinges are, and there's like beep beep, and the door like falls down onto the ground. Well, like against like the opposite wall.
Excellent. I'd like to peek in and see if there's anybody on the immediate other side of that door.
There is. You see on the left and the right, there are 2 mercenaries.
Lovely.
Sorry, 1 on either side, so a total of 2.
Can I find excellent cover from them?
Yeah, absolutely. You can whoop back into the garage.
And I'll signal to anybody who's nearby that they're there. I can just tell everyone, oh my god, you're so helpful, El.
Cool.
2 more on either side. Careful.
As Gus moves in, Dex moves in, Lucille moves in, everyone starts moving their way into this garage from the, I guess like Gus is a little bit further away because he was punching a guy over there. But like Dex and Eloise were right by the mouth of this garage with Lucille. It opens up. Eloise ran in. Porter followed. Dex and Lucille are out here. Eloise and Porter are in deep in the garage. And Gus is a little off to the side, not nearby the garage. I'm going to do a thing. I'm going to give each of you 2 grit. And Lucille is going to step up and go, all right, we got our stuff. We just need to hold this ground. How's the other team do? And before she can finish speaking, right through her chest. A laser shot is going to come from outside the house. As Fawcett steps inside the bubble as far from the garage as he can, and he fires a shot through her first, and then tosses a grenade after. So all of you can have a grit because he'll have to have doubled down to make that work.
I'm at maximum. Dang it.
And a grenade is going to soar over Lucille's body as she drops down on the ground and land in the garage about equidistance from Dex and Eloise and Porter. And that's where we're going to end tonight's session.
Oh, man.
Brutal. Savage.
It was an incredibly smart play. If anyone's gonna just take that bracelet and put it on her wrist and he doesn't even know.
Gus is gonna beat the hell out of this man. That's all there is to it.
So we went a little bit late. So I'm going to try and dive right into the Discord questions we got. Okay. We have multiple from Argent Lam. The first one is a classic. Let's build a character in Manifest. How would we build? I don't know how to say this. Alice Bragwin.
Alice
Bragwin.
Feels like Alice Brangwin.
Brangwin. Oh, I didn't see the end. Yeah, Alice Brangwin from Phantasy Star 4. Notable traits: Monster Hunter, wields twin boomerangs as her weapon of choice, enabling her to attack multiple targets at once. Okay, or focus down one. Is intimidating as hell due to both her reputation and her skill.
I mean, it's sure hands for sure.
Yeah, you need sure hands
Like a
so that you can.
prospector?
You need the projectile mods, or not mods, talents. That way, because there's projectile mods that legitimately let you, if they're in a line, you can hit multiple people, and then if you get far enough down it, you can like throw more projectiles and hit even more people. So that's the way to do it. You could easily, with light melee weapons that have balanced, like make a pretty good boomerang that has like a recall cable, so you can like throw it out and immediately just like pull it right back. I think we
Probably want metal for like tracking
metal.
and at least like some of the first talent down the animal companion tree.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Probably a
the
prospector
animal,
or a trapper.
the metal thing that Dan's referring to is there's a tier 1 talent called Alpha, which makes it so the first time an animal would attack you, it's at a -3. So even if you don't want to go down that path and like get a full animal companion, you can at least grab Alpha just to be like, hey, I'm out in the wild and that monster wants to hit me for the first time. Let me just go ahead and make it a -3 because I'm spooky to animals.
Honestly, I think there's just a bunch of tier 1 talents you want in that tree for this build. It's like Alpha's really good. The first one down the like nature person tree is some extra reliability, or no, it's like good at surviving in like
Yeah, it lets
bad
you resist
environments and stuff.
fatigue. Yeah.
And then I believe the tracking talent is also a tier 1 right there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
Your third tree, you could kind of do whatever. Like intimidation, the talents are in Brawn, but it doesn't necessarily sound like she needs the talents.
Yeah.
Like you can just be good at intimidate.
Yeah, sure hands and metal for sure. It's hard to say exactly what class she is. You were saying like prospector or one of the outdoorsy people.
Trapper feels right.
Yeah, if her profession is monster hunter, and not just that she's a master at killing monsters, like if the thing she does is hunt monsters, then trapper for sure. But I don't know her well enough to say for sure, like, because you could also make this character like out of a deputy or out of like pretty much anyone, especially because that third tree is up for grabs. You could pretty much do anything with that.
Mm-hmm.
So it really depends on her personality, which we don't have in this write-up, which is fine. Basically, she's so easy to make that you could even customize her in whatever ways you want because you have a whole third tree to play with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we have from Argit Lam, as we approach the holiday season, or have entered it 2 months ago, according to retailers, I feel some holiday-related questions are in order. First and foremost, what do Fire Nights entail, other than obviously fire? I want to toss this to Roman and Addie to talk about. My only hesitation is that Fire Night was created in a one-shot and then was so good that we canonized it, but there were parts of it that weren't canon.
Look, I know the parts that aren't canon, all right?
I toss this to Addie and Roman.
So I know one part that's definitely not canon.
Fuck you!
For sure. Oh, that I won't bring up. But correct me if I'm wrong on any of the rest of this. But Addie, I'm sorry. So yeah, this is a one shot I ran because around the holidays, a group of us like to play a holiday themed RPG. Every Manifest is a holiday themed RPG once, and I made up Fire Nights. So the Fire Nights, a week on Manifest where cold winds from the north blow down hard to the south, particularly down across the Badlands. And these chilly winds get progressively worse and worse over the week, which makes a lot of things very difficult on Manifest, including drifting especially. So it's a time where a lot of people find themselves not drifting, not out alone, but inside, coming indoors. And so they've turned it into a week-long celebration called Fire Nights. Particularly on the last night, but a lot of feasting and drinking and being indoors around each other around a warm hearth is typically involved.
It's like bad form to turn someone away from your threshold at Fire Night. Like if someone knocks on your door and is like, I'm here and it's time for this, like for Fire Night, like you are bad person if you turn that person away, which I'm sure like that's like a setup for like a Hateful Eight type scenario where where like everyone's invited inside and the people inside have ulterior
Fuck, they're
motives.
all lost.
Exactly what I was
I have to
thinking, yeah.
imagine it's also extremely poor form to start any shit as
Yeah.
a guest on Fire Nights.
Absolutely.
Like, oh, that stuff gets you shunned even from the bandit community. It's like,
Mhm.
you did what?
That's it's bad form for sure. Yeah. So my favorite thing was when Roman was asking me like, hey, does Manifest have like a winter holiday type thing? And we started to get into like the logistics of like seasons on Manifest because they're actually pretty mild in general. Because Manifest has a
They're
very
not necessarily mild, they're just relatively unchanging.
The time frames in which they happen are weird.
The time frames are weird, and the difference between them isn't like, yeah, it's strange. Because Manifest has a weird orbit, that kind of defies logic. The best way to describe it would be that it has a tilt that perfectly lines up with the way it orbits the sun, so that the southern pole is always just slightly tilted towards the sun, just slightly. But its orbit is also oblong and not a perfect circle, so its winter seasons happen when it is away from the orbit. Like if it's at the end of it. I guess it's not really oblong as much as it's off center. Is what it is. There's not two winters, there's one winter, and it's the part of the year where it is furthest from the sun. But that happens universally across the planet. And so what happens during that time is basically like throughout most of the year, the southern part of Manifest is always excessively hot, and the northern part of Manifest is always icy cold, right? And then there's that period of time where Fire Night happens, where that pressure that's built up in the atmosphere in the northern part of the planet gives way, and all of that like pressure just sends cold, icy winds down south. And like the whole planet just becomes like this like torrent of like wind and cold and storm. And that's when Fire Night happens. Which was like just a really, really fun part of like the game development that like kind of I was like, okay, so how do seasons work? Okay, so what would that mean? Okay, then this and that, and like part of that came from like Roman being like, I feel like maybe there's like one part where it's really cold all around the planet. I was like, okay, how would that happen? and we just kind of brainstormed it together, and it was really fucking dope.
Yeah. It was a Fire Night's miracle.
I don't know if you have anything else to add, Addie.
You guys covered most of it, so.
I'm sorry. It was specifically tossed to you, and we sort of took it.
That's okay. There's a whole Fire Night scene in the Juliet novella coming out this spring, so buy the novella.
That's so exciting.
I love that.
Oh man, I'm really excited for that. I'm like trying to think of, because Juliet's story is like roughly based on playtesting, but I think her novella covers the time before that playtesting mostly.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
like I don't know everything that's in the Juliet novella, and that's exciting for me. There's another question from Arget Lam in the Discord asking, is there oh wait, hold on. There's a more relevant question in the chat that we should answer before we move on, which is the Pack Walk says, let's build Santa in Manifest.
I did last year.
Yeah,
I did
but
last year,
we're
and then
gonna
we
do
didn't.
it
I
every
didn't
year
release it.
is the thing.
We didn't release it. I
He's
not
Angela.
just
an
like
illuminated Wrangler, right?
not just the like, ooh, let's get the path and the talent. I built the whole Santa Claus. He has stats. He has powers. He has skills. He has gear and talents.
Okay, but he's got to be a nomad, right? Like nobody else goes that fast.
Hold on.
He's a Wrangler.
Let me pull up the sheet.
He's a tinkerer.
Why would he be a Wrangler?
my
Just because he
God.
has reindeer?
Yes, because he needs to fly
Wait,
with his reindeer.
But Nomad
It's a
and Wrangler
mount.
can exist in one. Nomad's a history.
I guess that's true.
You're
It can be
all,
nomad.
you're all wrong.
Is he a grifter? Did you make him a grifter?
Santa Claus is a wild one peddler.
doesn't sell
okay.
anything.
Yeah, but he's giving shit to people, and it's the stuff that they need, baby.
Wow. All right.
Why is he one?
Because who
He's
the
definitely
fuck
a
else
wild
would
one.
choose to live in the North Pole with a bunch of reindeer? He does that on
All of them make
purpose.
Oh my god.
Honestly, we should each build Santa. And
Ooh.
that'll be our
We should
one
go
holiday
Santa
session 1 year.
challenge.
I will say here, I
Oops,
will.
all
I,
Santas.
I will read to you just a tiny bit because Santa Claus I did make up triggers for.
Oh
Brand
yeah.
new triggers. So his path, of course, is Santa Claus.
Manifest Santa Battle Royale, says Backwalk.
Yes.
You accept a trade for cookies instead of money. A non-believer is convinced to follow the holiday spirit.
Love it.
You navigate a chimney without being seen. Someone asks you to deliver a specific item.
Yeah, that's good.
The red suit is very good armor, y'all.
+2 Christmas cheer. Beautiful.
It's got pristine quality, socially adaptable, which means it costs no mod points.
Ooh, holiday special they're calling for.
All right, let's do it.
Well, we did the Halloween one with Rico Kazik. We could potentially do another interactive stream for the
The
holiday.
Manifest Santa
Casey
Battle Royale.
The Fire Night Battle Royale.
I mean, that is then just the Hateful Eight, right?
Yeah. All right. That's fantastic. All right, we'll have to consider that pack walk. So Argetlam also asks in the Discord, is there a higher frequency of illumination rates in the children of illuminated individuals? Actually, I just had to toss this one straight to Addie. This is an Addie question.
No. There's not.
Is it completely
Awesome.
random?
It is not completely random, but it also is not past. It can't be. It is not verifiable through research and experimentation on through genetics. So
Cryptic.
That's true. That's a lot of what Pruitt / Owen Lemaire was researching, was trying to figure out where it came from.
well, he should have come for me because I know, and I'm
He
the only
did
one
come
who does.
for you.
But he's fictional.
Is he?
You'll notice that Ulysses Pruitt / Owen Lemaire wasn't necessarily drawing DNA, right? He wasn't. He had to prompt the
I figured
appropriate
out
samples.
what the appendix was for.
I will say that there is a higher occurrence of illuminated an illuminated parent having illuminated children, but there is no genetic marker for illumination,
Yeah.
and it doesn't seem to be inherited.
Mhm.
Ah.
Would you say if 2 illuminated people have a baby, it's more of a chance than an illuminated person and a non-illuminated person?
It's totally dependent on the environment. Is it nurture or is it nature?
I think you just said it's nature.
I said it's dependent on the environment.
It could be the nurture environment, Dan.
It could be the social environment. I wasn't specifically.
Okay.
I'm not telling you. Wait for the Illumination Splat book. I'm working on it.
That's like the last Splat book.
Well, then I look forward to everyone's theories.
Listen, folks, I got ideas for that book, and I've had them for years.
Dan is going to really come into his own when we do the illumination.
There are hints that I have placed in the core book. So when that comes out, you can maybe look for them.
I believe I've also placed a few hints occasionally throughout this live stream.
And these hints, if you combine them, lead to our Instagram.
Into our Instagram. Guys, can we please build Octane? It is 12:30.
No. It's time for Octane. This is the last question we got.
So sorry.
This is the last question we got. It is in the Discord. Argilon wants us to build Octane from Apex. So Octane is a character in Apex who is an adrenaline junkie, a little bit of a social media mogul, and he's such an adrenaline junkie that he tried to do this crazy stunt where he blew up grenades to make himself fly farther, and he blew off his legs. Within the game, his abilities are that he can stab himself with some stims and make himself run really fast. It takes a little bit of his hit points away, but then he regenerates that really fast. He has like cybernetics that give him like a dialysis machine that lets him just continuously stab himself with drugs and then process those drugs really quick, basically. And then he has a jump pad he can throw out. That's his ultimate that allows him and his team to like bounce really far and fly through the air. And those are his main abilities. His passive is just that his hit points regenerate slowly over time. So yeah, go ahead.
He's got know-how because he's got the whole like auto dock, like I can cure myself passive regeneration thing. He's got vigilance because he's always going to go first in initiative. He's so fast. And then he's got moxie because he's a social media guy. So like that's his whole thing is like people watch him play basically the Hunger Games.
But none of those are sure hands, and every Apex character needs sure hands.
Not this one. He's so fast, it doesn't matter. He shoots more bullets than everyone else.
Does he need know-how to heal up his hit points? I'm not sure he actually does.
You want it for like the on-the-fly crafting of tonics and jump pads.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, it's the quick fix. Yeah.
Quick fix for jump pad, and then also making tonics and drinking them immediately to get hit points back.
Yeah.
And go real fast.
Yeah.
At least
Just constantly stack up side effects. Canonically privileged, yeah, for sure. His history is absolutely privileged. He comes from a very, very wealthy pharmaceutical family. It's where he gets all of his drugs from.
Weird, the parallels between him and Eloise. They both have know-how. They both have moxie?
Well, that comes with privileged, so.
I'll never tell.
Eloise is Octane, confirmed.
Eloise
Okay,
is
fine.
Octane, confirmed.
I don't have vigilance. I don't have vigilance.
Yeah, all right. All right, cool. That's all the questions I got in the Discord. That's all the questions I got in the chat. We are done for tonight. We're going to be back on next week, November the 30th. It will be the end of the month. We will see you all right at the end of the month. We hope everyone has a good week. We'll see you then. We're going to end it for tonight. We went super extra late tonight. So, goodbye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.